Ladies and gentlemen, as you are making your way to your seats, I am going to kindly ask that you do not be shy and please move just a row in front of you so that we can fill it up. And keep in mind for our delegates who are going to come a bit later so that they do not cause distractions. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to kindly ask that we settle down so that we can resume our program. I'm also going to kindly ask our team to close the doors so that we limit as much distraction as possible. Thank you so much. Government representatives, ANCA members, nature champions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the African Natural Capital Alliance Summit in conjunction with the World Economic Forum, proudly returning for its second year, and this time hosted in Cape Town, South Africa. I am Vuyolwethu Dubese, and an absolute pleasure it is to serve as your program director over the next 2 days, as we have been convened under this year's theme of unlocking Africa's natural capital, catalyzing investment for a resilient and equitable future. And we're going to be doing this through thought-provoking panel discussions, addresses, and keynote presentations. And we also are going to be showcasing some of the work that is currently being done across the ecosystem on the continent. And we're going to culminate it all with a collaborative effort through a hackathon over the course of the summit. Now, the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, are central to driving the transformation for nature-positive economies across the African continent, particularly as South Africa takes center stage with the G20 presidency. And of course, this is up to us to be able to create the conditions, the environments in order for the ANCA community to be able to take hold of the ambition and be held to task. And we're going to be doing this over the course of the next 2 days, looking at the themes. Some of them include how we can enhance cross-sector as well as public-private partnerships. We also are going to be identifying and mobilizing capital, looking at positive and nature-positive investments and how these can align with, of course, the money as well as the outcomes that we are wanting to achieve over the course of the summit. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we want to leverage the momentum around advancing finance through a thriving African bioeconomy so that we can scale the innovations and we can scale the impact. I have been informed that you are a note-taking community. So in your gift bags, there are notepads as well as pens. So feel free to use those as you download the amazing content that you will be participating in through the 2 days. And before we resume our billion people market agenda, I do have 3 requests from you. The very first is to kindly switch your phones onto silent. If you haven't yet had the opportunity to do so, I am going to give you a moment because we do want to honor our speakers who are going to be coming onto the stage, as well as limiting as much noise as possible. The second is there is an event app that you can download, the QR code that will be appearing on your screen momentarily. And this is where you are able to then access the event program. You're also able to facilitate and book meetings with your fellow delegates. And of course, through the Q&A that will be happening through some of the panel discussions that will be taking place throughout the course of the 2 days. This is where you can submit your questions to the panelists. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to claim your share of voice and contribute to the conversations that will be taking place throughout the course of the days. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, to officially ignite our biofueled engines for the opening address as well as the introduction for the ANCA Council speech. Please welcome Ms. Dorothy Maseke, who is the Nature Finance Lead for FSD Africa and the head of the ANCA Secretariat. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
So thank you very much, Vuyo. It's a lot of pressure you've given me this morning. But I'm just going to start off with um, the protocols, right? So I'd like to welcome all of you. I'd start off with Korombi Matibe, the Chief Director, Biodiversity, Economy and Sustainable Use at the DFFE, Cyril Siende, the CEO Director General of the Gabonese Agency for the Development of Green Economy, AGADEV, of course, accompanied by Saj Amisa, CEOs in the room, Arthur Oginga, CEO of Old Mutual, Jason Quinn, CEO of Nedbank, Philip Lopokoit, CEO of ICA Lion, among others who are going to be joining us through the day. Ben Durham of the Department of Science and Technology, and tomorrow we'll have South Africa's Agriculture Minister, John Steenhuisen, joining us. Distinguished colleagues from government, from business, finance, and civil society, fellow members of the newly established Anchor Governing Council, whom we are going to present today, other guests to the summit, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say it is an absolute privilege to welcome you to the second edition of the Anchor Summit, held right here in the vibrant city of Cape Town. And to those who've traveled from across Africa and beyond, welcome home. I have the right of saying that because I've just recently, 4 days, moved into Cape Town. So I have the right of welcoming you back, welcoming you home. And really, really such an honor to have you join us. When we set up the summit, we looked at various options. And, you know, we had the option of this huge, huge, big summit or a really intimate event where we have carefully selected participants to draw forward a carefully crafted agenda. And today, I'm really glad to have you and to welcome you to this particular summit. So my name is Dorothy Maseke, and I have the honor of serving as a head of Anchor and as a nature finance lead at FSD Africa, who are our hosts at Anchor. FSD Africa is a specialist development agency that is funded very generously by the UK government. And FSD Africa set up this nature program. I want to acknowledge my boss, Kelvin Massingham, who took on this dream. And you're going to hear from him over the course of the day, but took on this dream to actually build something for nature. And so, Kelvin, always such an honor that you took on that challenge, and I hope we are making you proud. So on behalf of our members, partners, and the wider community, I'm hereby opening this summit. And I'm going to start by, I hope someone can move the slides for me. I'm going to start by talking about why we are gathered here today. We all share a conviction. You know, oh, there's a clicker. Thank you for this. We all share a big conviction that nature is fundamental to our future. It's not just our future, but also our present. And it's fundamental to the continent's financial resilience, growth, and long-term prosperity. And Africa's wealth, as you all know, the forests, the peatlands, the rivers, the soils, the oceans, the biodiversity are not just beautiful to look at. They are actually a source of life and a true foundation for economic transformation. But because I know many of you here, and because we know much of the work that you're doing as our members, we all do agree that this foundation has long been underpriced, it has long been undervalued, and most importantly, it has long been underprotected. And why we gather as Anchor, as an alliance, is actually to change that very challenge. The alliance has grown. You can see quite a number of slides. Please do not kick me if you don't see your logo there. We are still updating the logos database. But we actually have 130 plus member institutions covering 45 countries. I want to say the £1 trillion net asset, total net assets of Anchor is quite outdated, because just last week, the past 2 weeks, we've gotten quite a number of new Anchor members coming on board. But more importantly, these are all institutions who have committed towards driving nature positive outcomes in their initiatives, in their projects, in their businesses, in policy making, in every single thing that they do. I also want to welcome, these are some of the newest members that we've not acknowledged in the past. You'll see them, of course, in the previous logo, but these are the newest members, possibly around maybe 8-9 months old. Our local institutions, you can see quite a number of them there. But we also have, increasingly, we are getting interest from international investors, and we have Aviva Investors having just joined us about 3 weeks ago, formally as one of our first international institutions, joining the membership out of their interest to invest in Africa and to discover Africa much more. And so this conviction is really the reason why we exist as an alliance. Founded just 3 years ago by FSD Africa, by UNECA. These are partners who saw a clear need for a continental platform to actually unite finance and nature. And each of these members that I've highlighted here, they share one commitment: integrating nature into finance and leveraging finance for nature. And so if we go back into where we work across the full spectrum of nature finance, conservation, cities or urban resilience, productive landscapes. And we are all working towards, one, curbing the negative financial flows that you all know particularly outweigh, curbing negative finance flows that outweigh positive finance flows that you know about. But also closing that gap, the 700 billion to 1 billion, their new figures of 2 billion mark that we're also looking for to actually finance nature. So together we are working towards scaling nature positive financial flows, but of course, reducing those that are nature negative. And essentially working towards realigning the flow of capital from activities that essentially degrade ecosystems through the work that we do, through the businesses that we do, and towards those that restore and regenerate them. I think one thing that we just always remember as we speak is that what we are doing is not just a moral imperative, not just a nice thing to do. It's actually a financial one. With 30 to 50% of Africa's national wealth coming from natural capital, 60% of Africa's GDP dependent on healthy ecosystems, more than 60% actually. Ignoring nature is clearly not an option. But then we also have quite a number of systemic challenges. And these systemic challenges require systemic solutions. And that's why our work as Anchor is premised upon 4 pillars: the work of policy, the work of capacity building, the work of data and metrics, and the work of investment catalyzation. And this systemic challenge definitely requires a systemic response. For policy and regulation, working with policymakers, with supervisors, with central banks, with ministries to build an enabling environment. And that is part of the reason why you see quite a lot of government representation in the work and even in the summit that we are going to have the 2 days, today and tomorrow. Capacity building is also critical. Equipping financial institutions, but also equipping leaders, you and I, champions with knowledge and tools to manage risks related to nature and also the opportunities that lie therein. Data and metrics, you all know that challenge. You all know when we say we don't have a track record, the data is not there, it's not granular enough. All the feedback that we've had from you and all the feedback that we've had from the market, which sometimes is a real excuse to be used for lack of investment. So the challenge is to us is how to improve access to reliable decision useful data, to track impacts, to track dependencies, and for instruments that we have, then for the monitoring, reporting, and verification that is highly needed by any investor. And then the last one is on investment catalyzation, accelerating pipelines and unlocking blended finance mechanisms that are so needed to make nature positive investments bankable. I want to say, as we started Anchor and as we were engaging with financial institutions for many, many months, the main challenge that we would get from them is that there is no pipeline. They could not see where this pipeline exists. So much as we were working on policy, much as we were working on building capacity, where would they invest? Where would they invest in? But at the same time, when we engage with project developers, we do realize and we got to learn that actually the pipeline exists, possibly at different maturity levels, needing a bit more support. But that pipeline is growing. And I'd encourage you to go into your app, because one of the things that we committed to this year is, while we may not be able to showcase all the work that project developers in the room and within the broader membership, we may not be able to showcase all their work, but we have put together a pitch book. You will find this in the app. It highlights almost 40 or 50 projects that investors in the room can begin to look at, begin to understand the type of projects, the kind of businesses that exists. Within that pitch book is also a big component of our work being driven by our carbon team, the Carbon Accelerator Program for the Environment. We also have 4 projects that are in that cohort that you'll find in that pitch book. So I encourage you to look at that pitch book and share it as you consider or as you understand the kind of pipeline that we have within the continent. But as I finish off on this slide, these 4 pillars form the backbone of our collective effort towards driving resilience, innovation, and sustainability. That slide looks very busy, but it's one of my favorite slides, because what we try to unpack in that particular slide are those 4 pillars that I've talked about, the policy work that we have supported 10, or we are supporting 10 institutions. These are regulators and policymakers. The central bank stress testing piece of work for 5 countries, 2 of which have a great interest, and we're exploring how to support them further. The G20 bioeconomy work that we are supporting, the G20 initiative on the bioeconomy on. And then in the middle column there, capacity building work, the TNFD pilots, and Candice Dott will join us later today. She's going to speak about the work that the TNFD is doing. And for us within the program, piloting with 21 financial institutions across the continent, supporting them through the end-to-end, fully supported TNFD journey. And then an exciting fellowship program that we have set up, where we have just graduated the first cohort of 23 Anchor Fellows, senior executives from institutions that I can see here today, senior executives whom we've equipped with the knowledge, tools, skills, networks, anything that we can provide to support them in the journey towards nature positive initiatives within the organizations. On the data and metrics side, we have been piloting the TNFD public data facility. We have, of course, you can see on the screen some of the institutions we have been working with, both the upstream data providers, these are national data providers, but also the downstream data users. And those are financial institutions and a few real economy players, including Sibanye Stillwater and Anglo American. And then on the investment catalyzation piece, very exciting, our nature positive accelerators. A carbon accelerator, you'll get more details when Reshma, our carbon lead, comes to the stage today. Our nature finance innovation lab, which seeks to support nature first initiatives that do not rely solely on carbon revenue. And then of course, the big other aspects that we're working on, de-risking facilities. We're working on one for regenerative agriculture and sustainable forestry. And all this is supported by our partners within FST, our investments team, who many of you have also connected with, are working with, are speaking to as we seek to, either work with you, support you, or invest in some of your solutions. And then, of course, our capital markets pillar, which really, really does a lot of work on capital markets. But I want to highlight two aspects at the bottom of the screen there. They're tiny, you may not be able to see that. But a big piece that will take up quite a lot of airtime at some point tomorrow. This is the G20 bioeconomy work that we have been supporting, the GIB, of course, led by Ben Durham. And this is establishing Africa's bioeconomy finance hub. This is an opportunity for each and every one of you. There's a policy opportunity, there's a financial services opportunity, stroke investment opportunity, there's a data opportunity. There's opportunity for each and every one of you to participate in this hub that we'll cover. And then, of course, oceans being the most, is it called the least underfunded? The most underfunded, that's the word. The most underfunded. We are also setting up a Blue Finance Hub that will be based out of Mauritius. And we've currently, we are recruiting, and we are currently setting up an office in Mauritius to actually manage the Blue Finance Initiative. I talk about the Blue Finance Initiative because I do know that a number of financial institutions in the room have a Blue Finance strategy. And so just also encouraging you to lean in onto that particular piece that will also include quite a number of opportunities and opportunities for partnership in much of the work that you do. So I've said a lot in terms of the 4 pillars. But one thing that we just highlight is that what we want to continuously do is to ensure that our work is fully embedded in African market realities. And that is how, as you as anchor members, you provide feedback and validation to the core nature program work that I've talked about, the capacity building opportunities, the TNFD work, the questions on investment pipeline, the questions on investment. And then we now provide those opportunities or services to you. That way, we are all able to work, ensure all our initiatives are grounded in African market realities, and more importantly, reach the institutions best positioned to drive the necessary change. We are anchor, we are Africa-driven, and we are led by African market challenges, but also, more importantly, African market opportunities. And that is what sets us apart. Our work, therefore, should not be theoretical, and our programs are designed for those who walk the talk. Bankers in the room who are assessing credit risk in agriculture portfolios, project developers who are seeking early stage investment, policy makers who are here balancing economic growth targets with ecosystem protection, and continuously striving to listen to our members so that your priorities as our members, your insights as our members shape our priorities, and that your needs actually define the service offerings that we give to you. And so I want to finish off by saying, in light of this, we have gone into the next phase, which is our newly established anchor inaugural governing council. And two representatives are in the room here. CEO Jason Quinn, CEO of Nedbank. We have Equity Bank CEO James Mwangi. In the room we have Arthur Oginga, CEO of Old Mutual, who's going to speak on behalf of the council. And then we also have science and academia. So you need the finance, but you also need the science. And so we have Eliane Ubalijoro, CEO of ICRAF, C4 ICRAF, Dr. David Obura, the chair of IPBES, that's the international panel on it's science and policy panel on biodiversity. And then we have Kadu Sebunya, the African Wildlife Foundation. And this council essentially is going to be leading or providing strategic direction to ensure, one, accountability, that what we are doing as the Anchor Secretariat is really, really, really market and Africa-led. And to champion nature finance, of course, as a boardroom level priority. And therefore, that is why this governing council is quite essential to us. Can we give a hand of applause to this new council, please? You will hear them speak, but at the same time, we continue to lead on a number of ecosystem development initiatives, member engagement, newsletters, webinars. Many times, I know it's a question, how do we keep getting engaged? How do you engage us? How do you get feedback? And the webinars that we host every 2 months are a critical way. And what we have been doing in the past, we have been having thematic webinars. And we continuously want to listen and hear from you on what you think is most relevant. Thought leadership, blog posts. We have a number of you contributing to the blogs. If you go to the Anchor website, you will see the blogs that are there. We still continuously encourage you to participate. We have CEOs roundtables. We have held 3 over the past 6 months in Nairobi. Very well attended, high-level thinking towards what the main challenges are and what needs to be addressed. So we've done our Nairobi run. We had 3. We are planning a series of others in other regions. And I think one thing that I want to just place an open call to the CEOs in the room is that during the G20 on the 20th, the G20 week, we will also be having an intimate CEOs roundtable that we are going to continuously speak, and not only just speak, but map how to have nature on the balance sheet for it to make sense for financial institutions and for investors. We have our working groups, we have the Nature Executive Fellowship, I talked about the summit. But essentially, hosting dialogues, producing knowledge pieces, anything that we can do to elevate the African voices on the global stage is very important for us. And that is why this summit is, that is precisely what this summit is about. Over the next few days, and Vuyo highlighted it very well, we're going to have an intimate discussion with other leaders, with your fellow leaders, innovators, change makers, essentially to form partnerships, to share insights, and to shape solutions. We are no longer crying about the challenges that we have. We are going to share or shape solutions on based on the opportunities that are so visible to us. You can expect some dialogues, rich dialogues on how to build cross-sector collaboration between finance, policy, communities, how to mobilize capital, how to advance finance for all the work, all the nature-positive work that this continent requires. And tomorrow, as Vuyo indicated, we also have a session on the bioeconomy. But on our last day, because it's also going to have some fun times, we'll unwind and we'll celebrate Africa's champions of conservation with a field visit to remind us on why this work matters. And because nature is not an abstract concept, it is life, it is experience, and we will have a champions of conservation wine tour tomorrow on Thursday. So, friends, the journey to build a nature-positive Africa is ready. Central banks are testing for nature-related risks. Some of your central banks have already provided signals on mandating some of these aspects, including the disclosures on nature. Investors are developing bonds, thematic bonds, species bonds, biodiversity bonds, conservation bonds. Governments are embedding natural capital in economic planning. We are going to hear from the Africa Community of Practice on Natural Capital Accounting later on today. And you'll get to understand that actually African governments have taken this as a very strategic initiative. And so as Anchor, our role is to keep this momentum going, to connect all our ideas with capital, and all our ambition with action. So to financiers in the room, please, how can we make nature finance core business, not a niche. To policymakers, how can we create enabling environments to unlock investment and reward innovation? To project developers, how can you keep building credible, investable projects with integrity and community benefit? And to all of us, how can we make every dollar, every rand, every shilling invested to deliver both financial returns and measurable gains for people and for ecosystems? Because, again, this is not about loss, it's about opportunity to show that Africa can be a pioneer, a new model of growth rooted in nature. So let this summit be a place where ideas turn into partnerships, into friendships that can drive real change, partnerships into projects, and projects into impact. Thank you, and I wish you all a very productive, inspiring, and truly action-oriented Anchor Summit. Thank you. So I'd like to welcome to the stage our first speaker. Arthur has been such a great supporter of our work. If I tell you, and he may not say this, Arthur, please don't be upset, but he literally flew in just for this and is flying to Entebbe or somewhere just because he needed to be here today. Thank you so much, Arthur, and thanks for the support to our work.
Thank you, Dorothy. It's a great update on the progress you've made since the last summit last year. And very many positive things there. Thank you. Let me start by saying I welcome government representatives, the Chief Director, Biodiversity, Economy, and Sustainable Use at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment, South Africa, Korobi Matibe, CEO, Director General of the Gabonese Agency for the Development of the Green Economy, Cyril Sende, and tomorrow in advance, Mr. John Steenhuisen, Minister of Agriculture, South Africa, distinguished colleagues from government, business, finance, and civil society, fellow members of the newly established Anchor Governing Council, as well as the Anchor members present, and those who will be signing up in the future. Other guests to the summit, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you today at the second edition of the Anchor Summit 2025. Here in Cape Town, a city and a country that symbolize both the challenges and opportunities of the African continent. Allow me to first congratulate South Africa for assuming the presidency of the G20 this year. This is not only a source of national pride, but a continental milestone. For the first time, Africa is not only at the table, but at the head of the table in shaping the world's economic agenda. This provides a unique opportunity to elevate Africa's voice on issues of climate, nature, and sustainable finance. Issues that lie at the heart of our continent's future, and I couldn't stress that more. Your agenda, the G20 agenda, centered on solidarity, sustainability, and inclusive growth, has elevated Africa's voice in global finance and climate action. The G20 initiative on bioeconomy and your leadership in advancing nature-positive finance are truly commendable. Equally, let me take a moment to celebrate the African Natural Capital Alliance, Anchor. In just a short few years, Anchor has grown into a convening power of over 130 institutions across 45 African countries, representing, and the number needs to be updated, more than £1 trillion in assets. From the TNFD pilot to the Bioeconomy Finance Hub to the work on data, pipelines, and capacity building, Anchor has consistently put nature finance at the center of Africa's economic transformation. Let me also commend Anchor for convening such a powerful cross-section of voices from investors and policymakers to project developers and thought leaders to civil society and communities. Today, as we inaugurate Anchor's Governing Council, we are signaling the next phase of Anchor's journey, one that is not only about convening, but about governance, leadership, and scale. I am deeply honored to serve in this inaugural council alongside an extraordinary group of leaders. Let me recognize James Quinn, CEO of Nedbank, Dr. James Mwangi, CEO of Equity Bank, Elian Ubalijoro, CEO of ICRAF, Dr. David Obura, Chair of IPBES, and a good friend, Kadu Sebunya, CEO of the African Wildlife Foundation. Together, we bring perspectives from banking, insurance, science, conservation, and development. This is the kind of cross-sectional leadership Africa needs to unlock the billions required for a nature-positive transition. Friends, the nature-climate nexus is no longer an abstract concept. It is a material issue for our balance sheets, our risk registers, and our supply chains. Nature loss and climate risk are already shaping our markets. Droughts and floods are disrupting agriculture and food security, and I come from a country where this has been affecting us quite a bit in the last couple of years. Biodiversity loss is destabilizing entire industries from tourism to fisheries. Climate shocks are increasing the cost of capital and threatening financial stability. But there's also opportunity. Nature-positive finance offers pipelines in regenerative agriculture, resilient infrastructure, blue economy industries, and carbon and diversity credits and the bond markets. These are not peripheral activities. They are the future of our competitiveness and resilience. This is our moment. This is Africa's moment. With the G20 presidency in South Africa and COP30 in Brazil later on in the year, the Global South is shaping the narrative on how climate and nature finance can serve not only the planet, but also equity and sustainable development. Boards and businesses must seize this moment. We must embed climate and nature in core strategies, demand better data, adopt global disclosure standards, and back innovations that can scale. So today, representing not just Anchor's Governing Council, but also Old Mutual as an active Anchor member, let me leave you with this call. Let us not see nature as a cost, but an incredible asset and custodians of that asset. Let us not treat climate and biodiversity as externalities, but as drivers of long-term value. Let us not wait for others to lead. Africa must lead. On behalf of the Anchor Governing Council, I congratulate all of you who have brought us to this moment. Let us continue to work together across finance, government, science, and civil society to unlock Africa's natural capital and secure a resilient and equitable future for our people. Thank you very much.
Once again, a huge thank you to Mr. Arthur Oginga, the CEO of Old Mutual Holdings for East Africa, and Ms. Dorothy Maseke, who is the head of the Anchor Secretariat, as well as the Nature Finance Lead for FSD Africa, for truly anchoring us into the morning and, really echoing that whatever it is that you may be working on, it cannot work if nature does not work and if nature does not exist. And of course, the constant reminder, which I think is very important, particularly given the community and the delegates that we have amongst ourselves, and that is to put nature on the balance sheet, because to echo Arthur's words, it's very important that we see it not as a cost, but as an asset that is going to continuously feed us and impact how we do our work. So might we honor them with another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We now are going to move into our next item on our program, and that is going to invite our opening keynote addresses, as they're going to be linking the future of nature finance, and they'll be doing that to the G20 presidency. And we're going to have two speakers, and I am going to ask you to please help me welcome onto the Anchor Summit stage our very first speaker, Dr. Korombi Matibe, who is the Chief Director for Biodiversity Economy and Sustainable Use at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, as well as the Environment. Might we give them a round of applause? Let's continue so, ladies and gentlemen. It is a bit of a shift working through. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, and thank you so much, the program facilitator. Let me acknowledge and appreciate the entire leadership of Anchor, as well as the champions of Anchor, the partners, senior government officials that are here, business leaders that are here, the corporate world. I saw there's a number of finance institutions, which is the anchor of this initiative. Academia world, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm just worried that I'm not visible because I'm too tall for this stage. But let me try and push it this side. And thank you. It's really indeed a privilege and an honor to be part of this historic occasion, especially born out of an ideal to take the world to another space in terms of tapping into the wealth of nature, which, by the way, if you look in particular in South Africa only occupies 2% of the global land surface, but yet 7% of the world reptiles, 10% of the world plants, and 15% of the world coastal marine are found here in South Africa. But to cap it all, the rich cultural diversity, which South Africa is, a melting pot of all the diverse cultures, or many diverse cultures, gives us this wonderful advantage of also a wide variety of indigenous knowledge linked to the various cultures. Some years back, I can't remember how many centuries ago, when Hudehuop, Reicher, and the other ship arrived here in 1652, the sailors were welcomed into the Khoi families by family members who offered them rooibos tea. Well, it was not called rooibos tea, maybe at the time, but it was that rooibos species which is only endemic to the Cape to the Cape region. And that is why today, the more than 10 rooibos industry processors are paying a royalty to the Khoi and San communities on an annual basis, recognizing their indigenous knowledge. If you talk about the bioeconomy of South Africa, which my colleague Ben will go into deep intricacies tomorrow, it is a very unique and a special one, because in South Africa we have recognized that much as there is technology, innovation, research, industrialization, we also paid special attention, and deliberately so, to the need to not only conserve biodiversity, but to enhance the ecological infrastructure so that there is resilience by the ecosystems, so that the ecosystem can continue to offer ecosystem services to the people of the country or to the nation. Now, if you look at the bioeconomy, not only biodiversity, bioeconomy, which is the overarching framework, is contributing that 8.3% to our GDP and supporting over 1.5 million livelihood. And you know, in South Africa, when you talk one person, there is 20 people behind that person. So you can just multiply, you can just use your mathematics, what this means. Now, there's a number of research being undertaken by various academia world. And one of those was done by Tepi from UCT, just right here across, a stone throw away from here. And there's one done by Dr. Mohammed and a number of other researchers way back in 2019, which showed that between 2001 and 2019, over that period, the biodiversity, through its ecosystem services, contributed the ecosystem services of an equivalent of 437 billion, or 7.8 trillion rand in South Africa. So you can imagine why we need to invest in nature, why we need to invest in ecological infrastructure. Because, by the way, 1.2 trillion worth of South African banking systems depend on water at the moment. And therefore, it is only prudent that we divert huge part of our resources to make sure that we have got a resilient ecological infrastructure that will give us the food, that will give us the water, that will give us the fuel, the pollinators, and of course the habitat where we all live. Now, if you were to go to the faunal, because in biodiversity you have got the floral part, which is the plants, and the faunal part. Now, if you were to go to the faunal part, which is the animal part, in the 60s, we were on the verge of losing a number of species, including the black rhino. We had less than 100 of them. We were on the verge of losing the Cape mountain zebras, the bontebok, and a whole number of species. But this is what happened. Government, working in partnership with the private sector and communities, undertook a deliberate intent to say we're going to reverse this trend. And remember, this was coming after the the Second World War, where there were a lot of gunpowder everywhere, where everybody in general wanted to just shoot something that comes in front of their space. So we lost a number of species. I mean, there is a picture of one guy who was sitting next to a mountain of elephant tusks, a serious mountain like Table Mountain. Behind him, very proud that I've actually put down 1,000 elephants at a go, which was highly unsustainable practices. But today we can be proud as a nation and as a continent that we boast between 400 and 15,000 African elephants in this continent, out of not more than 600,000 globally, which means over 70% of elephants in the globe, they are found in this continent. And out of that statistics, at least 75% are found in the southern part of the continent, where these countries practice sustainable use. So there's somebody who says, if you are a good fruit tree farmer, you know when to prune the tree so that it gives you the good product. But somebody who is not a good farmer will just allow this tree to just grow the branch, and then you get very little product. And I'm sure you know what I mean. Now, in our visioning of what we want to see, the seventh administration has taken a decision through our Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, led by Dr. Dion George, that we want to inject 397,000 jobs in the next 10 years, all coming from nature, all coming from the wonderful work that we are doing. I won't even bore you with a breakdown of how those jobs are currently and how many we want to add. But the bottom line is that we want to add that number. How do you want to do that? We have realized that the cabinet-approved strategy of 2015, 15 August 2015, actually was only restricted to ecotourism. Sorry, it was only restricted to wildlife economy as well as the bioprospecting. Now we have expanded it to include ecotourism, to include, of course, the wildlife consumption, the marine, the bioprospecting, but more importantly, if you look at the last aspect, securing and enhancing ecological infrastructure across ecosystem, essential for South Africa's economy. Now, this is a very ambitious initiative because through this biodiversity economy, currently South Africa is exporting 70% of its indigenous biological resources in raw form, literally so, raw form. So which means we will go to Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, harvest the alufer rocks in the form of a juice, turn it into a crystal and export it. And other people make medicine, they make cosmetics, pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, and whatever. But through this strategy that we are, MINMEC has approved, we want to change that around. And this strategy requires an investment of 1.8 trillion so that we are able to create those jobs of 397,000 that we require. It will be for the first time that the Pelargonium sidoidoids in the Eastern Cape, which cascade also to Lesotho, will be for the first time produce a final product, proudly Mzansian, proudly South African, in this country. And who will do that? It will be done by the private sector. Government's role is to create that conducive environment. Government's role is to lay the foundation, lead, but allow those who are skilled, those who have got money, to lead this investment. It's a huge commitment. if you look one example, in the Eastern Cape, we want to build on the COVID circumstances that we all faced as the world to make it a manufacturing hub for indigenous biological resources emanating from the floral kingdom, where we can produce vaccines, proudly African vaccines. We have decided as the sector to move away from fortress conservation to conservation that links the work that we do together with everybody and together with nature. And as I conclude, in Africa, you may be interested to know that we have gone through many decades of many things. But one thing for sure that always stands even today is that Africa is one of the richest continents in the entire world, one of those. We are not only rich, but in terms of size, we are sitting at 30.37 million square kilometers of land. With now the latest 25 estimation at 1.45 billion, but approximately a combined GDP of 2.8 trillion with a purchasing power parity of about 10.3 trillion. Young people with youth-driven economy that we anticipate to become. But guess what? Africa's natural capital is evaluated at over 6.2 trillion US dollars. And I'm sure this is a conservative figure. Because if you were to go to rare earth minerals, if you were to go to the oil reserves, to the gold, to the uranium that hasn't been even discovered today, you will see wonders. Why should we not be shy? Why should we be assertive to do all these things? It is because when you look at the global platform, we are told sustainable use of our resources is not just contributing to conservation, it is conservation. Sustainable use is conservation. Now, if somebody go and harvest some species in the sea, in line with the quota allocated, which has been calculated to say it won't threaten those that are in the sea. There is nothing wrong with that because humanity depends on nature. Human beings, our blood system requires something biotic to be able to survive. If you look at the UNCCD, the 3 Rio Conventions, conservation for biological diversity, fair and equitable sharing of benefits, if you look at the CITES itself, it recognizes that all the harvesting that we do must be sustainable. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 14 and 15 and 17, the same. The latest Global Biodiversity, Kunming, Montreal, Biodiversity Framework, it talks about ensure that harvesting and trade of wild species is sustainable. Ensure that management and use of wild species are sustainable. If you go to the SADC wildlife-based economy, biodiversity sector, you find that there is quantification of what the assets are from nature. Earlier on, I alluded to this, and I won't bore you as I conclude, but this is just to show you the demonstration of what I was talking about. The white rhino, the black rhinos, the majority of those are found almost all in this country because we are the range states. If you want to be specific on the elephants, that is the number. This number were updated last week. We were in Zambia, and we had to find these figures from each state that was attending, because we had a SADC session, which is focused on wildlife. But there we are. Those are the numbers. And these numbers don't come automatically. They come with the resilience and the conservation effort that people are making. So what am I trying to say? We are sitting not only on a gold, we're not sitting on a platinum, but we are sitting at this huge, rare commodity called nature, which if we work together, government, private sector, and communities, we can actually take the pragmatic nature of the state we find ourselves in this continent to a level which has never been reached before. And how do we do that? By making sure we collaborate. We allow people who are skillful in certain things to do those things. Government's duty is not to run business. Government hands must be done this. Stay away from business. We only design policies, and when we design policies, we must make sure they make an entrepreneur, an innovator, the space and the wherewithal to be able to thrive. On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Matibe. One of the things that I always say that government representatives, especially in South Africa, remind me of are pastors. They will conclude 4 times. And eventually, at the 5th or 6th conclusion, is when officially the conclusion will occur. But thank you so much, Dr. Matibe. I think what really resonated is, looking at how we can tap into the wealth of nature. And not only that, but tapping into the sustainability of this wealth. And one of the ways that which we are going to do it is this billion people market that we have on this continent, and certainly what is going to fuel the conversations that we are going to be having. Once again, a huge thank you to Dr. Korombe Matibe, who's the Chief Director for Biodiversity, Economy, and Sustainable Use at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment, for that remarkable address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next keynote address. With a very warm welcome, please help me honor Madame Cyrielle Sende, the CEO of the Director General of the Gabonese Agency for the Development of the Green Economy. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Bonjour, hello. Très bien, merci. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm very pleased to be here this morning to share my convictions on a subject that is of great importance to Africa, to Gabon, my country, and myself, nature. I would therefore like to express my sincere gratitude to ENCA, FSD Africa, and of course, my dear Dorothy Maseke, for this honor. Allow me to begin my speech by asking a quick question. What is the link between the Sahara Desert, the Ethiopian highlands, and the Blue Nile? The answer is quite simple. It is the forest of the Congo Basin. Science tells us that the Congo Basin feeds the atmospheric rivers, responsible for rainfalls on the Ethiopian highlands, which then flow into the Blue Nile. Likewise, Congo and Gabon, portions of the Congo Basin, create the atmospheric rivers necessary for rainfalls in the much drier Sahel region. So, if we lose this forest, we will dry up the Blue Nile. We will lose agriculture in Ethiopia. We will cause famine in Egypt. And rainfall in the Sahel will stop, causing it to grow furthermore south of the continent. As a result, more than 500 million Africans from east to west will be exposed to more difficult living conditions. Today, this forest is experiencing an annual deforestation rate of 650,000 hectares. To put this into perspective, 650,000 hectares is an area larger than Brasilia, or twice the size of Cape Town, or 4 times the size of London. All this to say that preserving nature is no longer a choice, it's an absolute necessity. In Gabon, my country, this has always been part of our DNA. Long before fights against global warming made front page, even long before the 1972 United Nations Conference on the Environment in Stockholm, our ancestral traditions have always considered the forest to be our natural habitat, pantry, pharmacy, and source of knowledge. And therefore, our duty has always been to protect and guard it for future generations. This responsibility was translated into laws, restraining full extensive logging that would have endangered our forests otherwise. You all know the results today. 88% of Gabonese territory is covered by tropical forest, with a deforestation rate of less than 0.05%. Our coastline, stretching over 800 kilometers, is home to a rich marine fauna. Our biodiversity is unique. For example, our forest elephant population has increased by 50% over the past 15 years, while it has declined by 50% on the continent over the same period, meaning they consider Gabon as the safest place to live. However, these wonderful results also came at the cost of painful economic choices and difficult sacrifices we do not often talk about publicly. For example, we altered in some places new onshore oil drilling despite proven oil reserves. We gave up additional revenue to preserve the forest. Today, Gabon refused to choose between economic development and conservation. We want both to exist, to coexist. For nature conservation to be sustainable, it must be built on a simple, strong, sustainable, and shared economic rationale. This is the underlying reason for the creation of the Gabon Agency for Development of the Green Economy, which I have the privilege to lead. At Agadev, Gabon Agency for Development of the Green Economy, our role is to develop this economic model together with the private sector and financing community for the great benefit of the forest and the local communities that conserve it. Agadev is the culmination of a process that began in 2009 with the ban on the export of raw timber logs and with the requirement for more sustainable logging. All of this created still growing local processing activities around, allowing the country to capture more value for our natural capital. But we need to go further and build a genuine bioeconomy based on the principles of circularity, biotechnology, bioprospecting. Our mission, therefore, is fourfold. Simplify our laws and regulations and bring them in line with international provisions or business-friendly. We think about Nagoya Protocol. Create the required tools to efficiently interact with the private sector, with the financing community, and with our local communities. Identify investment opportunities and then build, structure, and coordinate a pipeline of projects. Raise funding for both public and private sector to advance local projects, but also co-invest alongside those seeking a local partner to de-risk their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, from the private sector looking for business opportunities, let me remind you that Gabon has more than 7,500 species of plants, seeds, roots, and barks, as well as a significant number of microorganisms scattered throughout its forests. Our ancestral knowledge demonstrates that some of these provide key benefits to humans. We must now work to scale this up and make it widely available, but in a sustainable way. For the remaining species, we are opening up our forest to fundamental and applied research to discover the products, medicines, and materials of tomorrow. To green finance professionals, we say do not hesitate. Gabon, the country with the lowest deforestation rate in the Congo Basin, is now able to receive your financing for resilient infrastructure in ecotourism, wood waste recovery, and more. We speak your language, so let's sit down, talk, and understand each other. We could be very creative and bold when it comes to finance and nature. In fact, I would like to remind you that Gabon was the first African country to restructure its debt with a blue bond, debt for nature swap in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I cannot conclude my speech without mentioning the pride that my entire country, the President of the Gabonese Republic, His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, and myself feel about our sister Republic of South Africa, assuming the presidency of the G20. I would therefore like to acknowledge its leadership on economy and specifically on bioeconomy at the continent level. Thank you for representing us with dignity. Thank you for welcoming us here. Finally, I would like to turn once again to ENCA and highlight its incredible work in accelerating nature finance, particularly with the upcoming launch of the Bioeconomy Finance Hub. Thank you, Dorothy, and her entire team for their dedication to nature in Africa. It was your passion that inspired us, Agadev, to join ENCA, and today we are happy and proud to have done so. Thank you for listening, and if there is one thing you take away from this, please keep in mind that Gabon Forest is now open to sustainable business. Thank you. Thank you.
That certainly sounded like a pitch for Gabon to host the next Anka Summit. And we certainly, Madame, do not have to choose between economic development and conservation, because as we've heard throughout a couple of the addresses this morning, that nature certainly belongs on the balance sheet because it is an asset as opposed to a cost. Merci beaucoup, Madame Cyrielle, who is the CEO of the Director General of the Gabonese Agency for the Development of the Green Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are going to break away for a tea break, which will be served in the foyer. A kind reminder to start making your way back into the auditorium at 5 to 11. We're going to take a 30-minute tea break, and we would like to resume our program at 11 o'clock on the dot. Thank you so much, and see you at 11. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to kindly ask that we start settling into our seats so that we can resume with the next part of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are standing, Monique, I've been learning your names. I tend to find that once you call out people's names, they tend to settle down, and that gives us ample time to continue with our program. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to give us a few more seconds to settle in so that we honor the time of our program. Alan, I'm going to ask that you please sit down. Sinalo, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day one of the ANCA Summit in conjunction with the World Economic Forum. I certainly hope that you took the time to stretch your legs a bit and are ready for the next part of our program. But before I introduce our next session, I'd like to introduce you to 23 exceptional leaders that Dorothy had also mentioned earlier on in the program, who are championing nature positive leadership that will certainly shape Africa's economy as well as Africa's conservation. I'd like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly pay your attention to the screen as we introduce the 2023 ANCA Fellows.
Nature can exist without us, but we can't exist without nature. And therefore, understanding that is very profound in what then we need to do.
So the Nature Executive Fellowship is an immersive program. It's modular, and it essentially brings together executives from within the ANCA membership. These executives are those who are committed towards understanding nature finance. We take them through a 9-month to 1-year-long immersive modular program. And so what we're trying to do then is to bring in the science, which is so essential for any financing of nature to flow, or any finance to flow into nature.
Nature finance has been a topic which is gaining increased attention and recognition within the conservation space. So my ambition in joining this was to really understand how the financial sector think, what they're looking for, how they are structuring these deals or these mechanisms, and then to use my understanding of the conservation sector to bridge that gap, to find ways of kind of getting conservation up to the level that is required to unlock finance.
I think this fellowship has been a transformative experience. It's definitely opened my eyes to different aspects of nature and how to finance nature. The learning and the practical skills that have been learned have been really important. So from an academic and research perspective to the practical in-field experience and seeing the different type of projects, meeting community. And I think really importantly is the connections made with my fellow cohorts has been fantastic and something where I've probably learned the most from.
Every individual on this program is a specialist, is a leader in their own right? And to have the opportunity to interact with 23 people that are experts in their own field has been amazing.
Fellows get to the program because they have an interest, first of all. And then we also onboard fellows who have the authority and influence to make changes within either the organizations or within their spheres of influence.
My favorite module is understanding the science behind. What we've learned at Oxford is I have been exposed to how much science and research around these areas would help us progress on this journey.
I like the 3 modules. I think that the strongest one, probably the first one in Mauritius, just learning from all of these amazing people in the room. But each one has kind of built, and I think that there's a very solid foundation to build on.
My experience at Natural State has been, I'd say, eye-opening. We've gone through the process of understanding how they collect the data, how they analyze the data, and how that is then transmitted to their clients and how that is actually utilized. So to see that from end to end, from a science perspective, I'm a finance professional. We don't interact with science so often. So this has been eye-opening for me.
The fellowship inspired my project, actually. When I saw the program, there was a project I've always wanted to work on. And so the project I'm working on is how do we nurture projects? How do we incubate these projects to ensure their longevity, their sustainability, and have them have the impact that they need to have?
So we've been working on a project before I joined the fellowship, but I think the fellowship helped kind of redefine it and help me frame it a lot better. So ours is outcome-based structures, focusing on water in South Africa, as well as restoration of land in Mozambique and Limpopo National Park.
When we look at the challenges that are there and the financing gaps within the finance industry and even the global financial architecture, I think the first thing is a knowledge gap. Understanding the need for nature investments. And that knowledge gap needs to be closed quite quickly.
Whether you're a financer, whether you're an investor, whether you're a researcher, whether you're developing a tool, we need every sector in this space to move forward.
Nature can exist without us, but we can't exist without nature. And therefore, understanding that is very profound in what then we need to do, and the investments we need to make, and the knowledge gap we need to close in terms of treating nature well, so that it can also treat us well.
It's an exciting program. It's really exciting. It's highly competitive, I must say.
I would recommend the course to everyone, and any company that is thinking about financing nature, their team should come on this course.
And so, putting out this plea to you, we are releasing the next cohort. Please join, apply, look out for the application, pick up a project that you have, and put in your application, and all the best as you try.
Let's do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must correct myself. They are not the 2023 fellows. They are, in fact, just 23 fellows. Of course, this is the inaugural program, the inaugural fellowship, and we certainly look forward to cohort 2 coming very soon. We now move to our next session that is going to engage the financial sector perspective pipeline, as well as that generation. And who's going to be guiding us through this panel is Mr. Calvin Massingham, who is the Director of Adaptation and Resilience for FSD Africa, and he also will be introducing his executive panel. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
and a very warm welcome to Cape Town. I can say welcome home because I am from Cape Town. This is my home, although I don't actually currently live in Cape Town. And so please, if you're not from Cape Town, enjoy the warm hospitality of the mother city, the natural beauty. It's a real treat to be in this great city. I'm very happy to introduce this next session, which is the financial sector perspective and pipeline generation. And as we gather this morning under the theme of unlocking Africa's natural capital, I think it's important to remind us that the discussions here today carry weight beyond this room. The stewardship of Africa's forests, its rivers, its biodiversity, its vast natural resources, its landscapes are central not only to the continent's prosperity, but also are globally significant for the planet's climate, for its economy, and for its food systems. And as a result, Africa has the opportunity to really lead in shaping resilient, sustainable growth. And the African financial sector particularly is uniquely positioned to drive this transformation. And by structuring investments that protect, that restore, that sustainably manage our natural resources, we have the opportunity to unlock unprecedented demand for nature-positive finance if we can do it, obviously, in a way that is commercially viable. And that will unlock finance from both Africa and across international markets. And so we have to develop the solutions that enable opportunities like the Gabon forests, like regenerative agriculture, like water, to be investable on the continent. And so today's session brings together leaders from across the financial ecosystem, from commercial banks, from insurers, from development finance, who are actively shaping the future of nature finance in Africa. And we'll hear their perspectives from Jason Quinn, the CEO of Nedbank, Philip Lupokoyat, the CEO of ICA Lion, and from Reshma Shah, who's the carbon lead at FSD Africa, each bringing unique insights on how the sector is innovating to unlock nature flows. And our focus in this session is going to be twofold. First of all, we are exploring the financial sector's evolving role in structuring and scaling nature-positive investments in a commercially viable way, moving beyond traditional models to looking at outcome-based finance, to risk-sharing mechanisms, and to new financial instruments. And second, to discuss how we can build robust pipelines of investable projects that attract both domestic and international capital. But importantly, that these opportunities that reach communities and also drive real environmental impact. And so really looking forward to the session. And as we begin, I just want to leave this question with you. How do we enable Africa's financial sector to really lead the world in nature finance innovation? How do we work together to make that a reality? And so with that, let's welcome our panelists and dive into this critical conversation. And first of all, let me welcome Jason Quinn, who's the CEO of Nedbank. Jason, a very warm welcome. And let's give him a round of applause. And to each of the speakers, please remain on the stage after you've spoken. We'll have Q&A at the end. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be with all of you today and in the beautiful mother city of Cape Town. Special mention, of course, to all of my fellow Anchor Council members that are here in person today. So, let's set the scene. Guys, we're racing towards 2030, right? 2030 is almost upon us, and that year holds the promise, or held the promise of achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement targets, global biodiversity frameworks. Yet despite, I guess, growing awareness and commitment, I think we find ourselves at a crossroads. Momentum seems to be slowing. Political complexity is rising. Development funding is under pressure, and the biodiversity finance gap, which is large and growing, remains daunting. Well, the science hasn't changed. Neither has Africa's vulnerability, particularly to climate change, given our reliance on nature, and we've heard that already this morning. But today, I don't want us to dwell on what's difficult. We are here to act. Because the only way to overcome these challenges is to do it together. And just leaning on the speakers before me, you can see how our mindset is quite similar with respect to collaboration. So what's the challenge? Nature is in crisis. We're all well familiar, everyone in this room is well familiar with the 2024 Living Planet report that reveals staggering declines in global wildlife populations. In Africa, the decline is even more severe. And just recognizing the efforts in Gabon, and as we heard of earlier. But the general trend is not good. Rising signals of extinction risk, weakening ecosystems resilience, increasing vulnerability to climate change. But this, of course, is an environmental issue, but it's not only that, it's actually also an economic one. 55% of global GDP depends on nature. So if we allow the collapse of essential ecosystem services like pollination, fisheries, timber production, and others, we risk slashing global GDP substantially by 2030, and the impact of that on our lives will be immense. But what's the opportunity? There is hope. Transitioning to a nature-positive economy could unlock, we think, $10 trillion in annual business value, create 395 million jobs by 2030. And nature-based solutions offer $240 billion of investment opportunities by 2050. Private finance for nature has grown 11-fold, folks, in just 4 years, from $9 billion to $102 billion. And you might say it's not enough, but I think it's a good start. So this isn't just about risk management. This is actually about a strategic investment for long-term value creation. Then you've got to ask ourselves, what needs to change to realize these opportunities, right? Because we must transform energy, food, finance systems, water. We've got to scale up conservation in a fair and inclusive way, and we have to align financial systems to deliver on nature, climate, and sustainable development goals. And banks like the one I lead still need to make profits for shareholders, right? My dad said to me once, you know, Jay, the one thing about companies that survive for a long time are those that know how to make money. So we can't forget that there's a profit motive that needs to be delivered to stakeholders on this journey. So the key banking function of reallocating capital, and I think you mentioned that, to realize net zero, nature-positive real economies, is dependent on an enabling environment. And the keys to this are ambitious government policies, we spoke about that earlier, that provide certainty, foster investor confidence, and I'd like to add at pace. In other words, we need to get some of the grit out of the systems with respect to our collaborations. We seem to agree in principles really well and really swiftly, but then bringing things to book, so to speak, or getting, I use the word scaffolding, out of the ground seems to take us a bit longer. So we need to get ambitious and we need to get real about delivery. Financial supervision and regulations can promote greater financial stability when the expectations are all aligned around net zero, positive real economy impacts, and providing clear nature guidance for banks like I lead. And then the integration of nature-related consideration is probably lagging a bit behind progress on climate strategies, which needs to underscore the need for a much more holistic approach. So what about Nedbank? What are we doing? What's our part in all of this? So we're totally committed to being part of the solution. We also acknowledge we've got a long way to go. I'm really proud of what we've been able to achieve at Nedbank over the last generations. We are 140 years old, and if we're going to be around for another 140 years, which is clearly the plan, we've got to kind of increase our ambitions all the time. But I'm pleased to say we come from a good start. Long before I arrived, Nedbank's had strong associations with the World Wildlife Fund. We lead, I think, the continent in renewable energy finance. We have a lending book today of 47 billion rand of renewable energy funding into the sector, and I would like that to grow by 20% a year for the next few years, and we've got all of the structuring capability to realize that. We've also got all the foundational aspects in place, so things like a nature position statement, which already builds on our climate position statement that acknowledges the inextricable link between nature and climate. We've embedded nature-related financing activities into our sustainable development finance criteria. We're undertaking all sorts of nature risk assessments guided by the task force, the TNFD, using the LEAP framework. And these initiative focuses on sectors with high impact, which of course exist on our continent, as we heard earlier. There's often trade-offs that are complicated as we make decisions around funding. But our outputs will include a heat map of nature risks, impacts and dependencies by sector. We're looking at spatial mapping of nature risk metrics and our own assets within those spatial maps, and then commercial opportunities to support our clients on their journeys by sector. Our sustainable finance solutions teams work directly with our clients to identify opportunities in this regard. And we're incorporating biodiversity-related KPIs in many of our sustainability-linked financing products. We're also incorporating use of proceeds nature financing solutions into our sustainable finance framework to enable us to fund against eligible client balance sheets who can then use those proceeds to fund projects, for example, on reforestation, wetland restoration, nature-positive infrastructure projects that we can then measure sustainable improvement in environmental and social impact. What are our lessons learned? Because, of course, in any journey, you're going to have quite a few of those. One thing's for sure, guys, and it's come up a number of times today, that partnerships are essential, public-private partnerships with credible banks involved. Although we've got significant resources at Nedbank, including financial, intellectual, I've got to recognize that we are not experts in everything, and therefore we need to work with those who are and who know more, including you in this room. So that's a learning. We need to get better at taking some time to innovate in these areas. We're great at innovating, great at structuring. We need to bring that capability. I've got a journey with, of course, my board and my shareholders to ensure that everyone understands that returns may start off low and slow, but that they may increase and generate sustainable returns over a longer economic cycle than what we may be used to. What I mean by that is that these are not short-term financings; these are long-term financings, and therefore need that sustainability around returns through their life cycles. We've learned that early integration of environmental, social, and financial considerations is critical. Sometimes, like small unresolved issues, can derail otherwise viable opportunities, and therefore the need for communication when those things happen is critical. And lastly, mitigation and adaptation actions can produce significant synergies and trade-offs. Anti-deforestation regulations support climate goals by preserving carbon. Sinks also protect ecosystems, and conversely, mining for lithium, essential for renewable energies, can lead to water pollution. So all of these trade-offs have to be considered as regard to the system as a whole. Just as regard to a little bit of recognition of our partners, the power of collaboration. As I mentioned, we are a long-standing partner of the World Wildlife Fund, and the WWF Nedbank Green Trust is a long-standing partnership. We also do practical things to help our clients co-develop best practices like agricultural guides. We are significant financiers of agricultural activities in South Africa in particular. So areas like wine, sugar, beef, dairy sectors, we provide our clients with guidelines using some of the best practices we've learned. And we financed an app that helps identify alien invasive species and guides on how to remove them practically. It provides important support for farmers, particularly emerging farmers and landowners. Of course, Anchor, this very platform that we're on today, excited to learn and see how others are thinking about shaping and scaling global financial institutions. So we're inspired by initiatives around us all the time. But so let me be clear. We're going to do our part as Nedbank, and I certainly think that the financial sector also is going to do its part. This means trusting teams to spend the right amount of time with clients and partners to solve for issues, and giving clients a mandate to deliver that. So we've got to, in closing, and it is my closing, there's not 5 of them, we can't do this alone. We do need government. We do need partnerships. We need to work with our clients, NGOs, investors, and communities. I actually think that the financing around many of the opportunities here are solvable. It just requires better collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks. Jason, thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. I think it's as significant institutions like Nedbank take the lead and demonstrate what's possible in this space, that the sector starts to move. But also important to acknowledge that we work together and we collaborate, and really that's at the heart of what Anchor is about. And so thank you very much for that. Next, we're going to hear from Philip Lupakoyat, who is the CEO of ICA Alliance. So let's give Philip a warm round of applause as he joins us.
Good morning, everyone, and let me just start with the protocols. Dr. Korombe Matibe, as Chief Director at the Department of Forestry, Skiril Sande, Development Director General of the Gabonese Agency for the Development of the Green Economy, CEOs here present, Justin Queen, I know Arthur Ginga has left, and any others that are here today, distinguished colleagues from government, business, finance, and civil society, fellow members of the newly established Anchor Governing Council, other guests to the summit, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I flew in from Nairobi yesterday. I think the only thing I can say about the temperatures in Cape Town is that I would have benefited with a few degrees up. But I'm adjusting well. So firstly, just allow me to begin by extending heartfelt congratulations to the government of South Africa on assuming the G20 presidency. And we are proud, it's a proud moment for South Africa, but also for the Africa continent at large, and it amplifies Africa's voice on the global stage in shaping sustainable finance and development. I also just want to congratulate Anchor for convening this today, and to commend the Governing Council with the leaders here for steering this across Africa and towards a truly nature-positive economy. I want to recognize that in Africa we are said, and these numbers may differ slightly, but we have 30% of the world's biodiversity in Africa. At ICA Line, we have a tagline that says, "We are better together." And this is addressed to our customers, to stakeholders, to our employees. And I think it's the one apt statement that I can say as I begin making a few comments, because truly, we need to work, financial sector, private sector, government departments, all stakeholders, the NGOs, because it's only when we work together that we can address this key and important part of nature. I will just cover our role at ICA Line, our experience on nature and climate, some of the reporting work that we've done, and I just want to say that, it's just little steps that we are contributing as an organization, and also just speak a little about the industry, because I chair the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance, which has a lot of signatories across Africa, and therefore just give a bit of a snippet of some of what we're doing. So let me start with at ICA Line. And at ICA Line, we appreciate the key role of nature. We've woven this into our 3-year strategy, which is being implemented across our businesses, our life, general asset management, and trust company. We track progress to ensure accountability and tangible results. Just looking at some of the concrete actions that are relevant for us as well as the industry, we're transitioning to IFRS S1 and S2, having been one of the early adopters for the task force for nature-related financial disclosures. And this is an important step because it helps us profile our risks and also mitigate them. And business cannot thrive without access to natural resources. And this reporting is really a leap forward with respect to risk mitigating solutions. Specific examples that we've been working on, we're currently in the process of refurbishing our head office. We've put solar, we have a substantial input of now solar into our power requirements. We've still got some way to go. We're working towards getting staff. We have a program that allows staff to buy solar panels through a facility with solar suppliers. And I mention this because we want to create a movement within the organization to increase that visibility. Plans that we also have, including transitioning to electric vehicles, company ones, once our current they have reached their end of life. We're setting up charging ports at our premises, and in the process of eliminating totally single-use plastics for filtered water solutions. We have a program for tree growing. It's 1 million trees that we look to set to grow. We've got a tree nursery with specific emphasis on indigenous species. I'm still looking to scale these over time. Specific roles that we had which impact the industry, several innovations, and we're pleased that we worked through our partners, FSD, for example, one of them. We've set up a geothermal well output insurance facility, of which ICL Lion is the lead underwriter. And from an initial pool of $2 million, we're now scaling to $40 million. And this is being done as a consortium. And really the idea, Kenya has got one of the largest potentials for geothermal. And it's really about unlocking investment in Kenya's renewable energy future. Another specific product is what's called the DRIVE initiative, which is de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement. And this is through index-based livestock insurance, where we're looking to support the protection of pastoral communities in the Horn of Africa using parametric solutions. And parametric solutions do mitigate the risk of weather variabilities and trigger payments before the pastures are complete, and therefore having a great resilience between nature and the pastoral communities. And I had Jason talk about pollution. We have, as insurers, we have risk mitigation through an environmental impairment liability, which has helped us attract a number of clients, and that's very much in line with the EU Environmental Liability Directive and covers in the uneventful event of pollution. So I just want to say that those few solutions just show the unique power of insurance to catalyze resilience, sustainability, and inclusive growth. Another element which we're participating in, and that's going to be relevant as well for the insurance industry, is really about integrating ESG into the underwriting. We're currently receiving technical assistance, and we hope to roll that out in 2026. And we're beginning with 4 sectors: agriculture, tourism and hospitality, health and technology and telecommunications. And it's really about us making use of external ESG data, which is sourced from our customers, looking at our specific sector based risk-based issues, simplifying this through digital tools, and also just engaging with those in the industry, whether they be brokers, insurance, and regulators. And we're making very good progress in that. We have had, it's really not possible to progress this without collaboration. And working together with UNEP FI's Nature Positive working group, we have a resource that chairs one of the groups. So we're looking to integrating nature into financial decision making, and then moving on to the next level, where we really operationalize all these frameworks within the underwriting. And we're happy about the progress that we made so far. These again, and I say that we're trying to build a movement, and I'm sharing this in case you may want to also kind of borrow with pride in that sense. We're looking also across the organization. We set aside an annual ESG day. We only had that about 3-4 weeks ago, and that's really a company-wide campaign to build awareness, inspire action, recognize impact. And what's good about this is we have a competition in terms of looking at how can we work on energy efficiencies, tree planting, and nature-related activities. And I'm really pleased that even in this Anchor Summit, we have what is being called the Anchor Hackathon, which is also looking to drive fresh ideas to channel finance into nature. And we believe that we are well placed to have taken advantage of our human resources to build some of those ideas. Partnerships that are relevant, obviously, Anchor in itself, we've benefited from capacity building. Dorothy showed us the Nature Executive Fellowship. We're fortunate to have had one of our employees graduate in that fellowship. And the project itself involved one of our clients, and we're seeing a great opportunity to do sort of groundbreaking ideas on nature. And some of these are not immediately business relatable, but we can see the opportunity to develop that further into something that's innovative and get to the stage where, for example, you have carbon credits market, and we ask ourselves, what can we do with biodiversity? So those are more the operational elements. And leadership thought processes are important for us, and the opportunity to share those learnings are things that we take seriously. I was recently at the Second Africa Climate Summit in Addis, where we talked about de-risking capital projects and the role of insurance in mobilizing that private capital for resilience. We've also taken the opportunity to share across other continents, and earlier on in the year, I was at Suzu, where I was invited to what's called the UNEP-FI, Asia Pacific Roundtable, and there they were specifically interested in advancing nature-positive finance. In actual fact, I think I can proudly say that our continent was ahead, and we shared some of how we've set up structures. And yes, we're still a long way, but we're taking the right steps. And so, coming to the end of my comments, just two. As I mentioned, I chair the Nairobi Declaration of Sustainable Insurance, and we made great progress. We had the first Africa Summit in Ghana this year. From less than 10 signatories, we now have nearly 270 across 37 countries in Africa, and really see ourselves as a coalition of African insurers who are keen to integrate ESG into their operations and also to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. And making progress on nature is going to be really one of the key elements. And I'll pitch here that any insurance companies that would like to join NDSI, there is great opportunity. There are no subscription fees, but the key benefits, for example, access to technical assistance and global resources through UNEP-FI, opportunities to co-create products, and also the Africa Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, which is being developed within the Africa Financial Alliance on Climate Change, which is an AFB initiative. So I do take this opportunity to extend that invitation to build a stronger, more resilient Africa insurance industry. I just want to close by saying that having been one of the early adopters for TNFD, this journey has really enhanced transparency and strengthened our resilience. And as mentioned, being aware of our risks is a big step towards having the mitigating solutions to offset those risks, and therefore we'll challenge those here to begin their TNFD journey now. The earlier we embrace it, the more competitive, resilient, and prepared we'll be for the future. And I believe our duty is to de-risk Africa's future. We've seen the great potential from the first presentation, even the opportunity in South Africa itself. And our opportunity is really to build a thriving, nature-positive Africa for generations to come. And I want to end by saying again, we're better together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that, and also for your leadership and ICA's Alliance leadership over a number of years on sustainability. And I think, you know, insurers play a very critical role in the capital stack. They are vital for de-risking investment, especially in this space. And you know, Philip's company has been at the forefront of some really innovative solutions in that space, like the geothermal underwriting product that he mentioned, which for investors in those projects helps to take away the early stage development drilling risk so that they have comfort to invest. And so you've heard from the supply side of capital from two leaders who are deploying the balance sheets of their very substantial companies towards this agenda. And we're now going to switch to the kind of the demand side, to the project side. And at FSD Africa and at Anchor, our mandate is really to connect supply and demand to ensure that the market works effectively. And so very important that we look at the exciting opportunities that are emerging on the continent. And so let's welcome Reshma Shah, who's carbon lead at FSD Africa, who's going to look at some of the pipeline opportunities. Welcome, Reshma.
So, good morning, everyone. Got some slides, I'll put them up. As a carbon lead, it'd be very disappointing if I didn't start talking about carbon, so I'm not going to disappoint. So, you know, for us, carbon credits are generated from technology or nature. And we've got different sources of carbon credits that come about. But we started this morning with Dorothy's presentation around Africa. And Africa being the host to 20% of the world's rainforests, 25% of global diversity, 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land. When we really look at that, and we even talk about carbon, you know, nature-based solutions, whether it's agriculture and soil sequestration, whether it's forestry and land use, or whether it's blue carbon, play a key role in what we do. When we look at it, roughly 70 to 80% of Africa's carbon potential lies in its natural-based systems. Our forests, our rangelands, our peatlands, mangroves, and farmlands. So I can't be standing up here talking about carbon. I need to be standing up here really talking about nature, because really that's what we are talking about here. And when we're talking about it from an FSD perspective and our focus, and I'll talk a bit more about some of the initiatives that we're doing, we're not just driving carbon markets and really looking at carbon credits, but we're looking at how do we bring in high integrity carbon credits? How do we bring in high value to those credits that are derived from Africa? And we really can't do that if we're just talking climate and carbon. We've really got to look at it from a perspective of how are those projects driving biodiversity? How are those projects creating jobs? How are we enhancing water security or food security? And how are we actually building on community resilience as well? So really, when we say carbon can be nature, for Africa, it is nature. And really, that's what I wanted to start with. When we talked about, we've talked a bit about the capital side and the supply side, and really on the demand side is what are we seeing? And the biggest thing that we hear all the time is that when we're talking to investors, we can't find investable projects. And the question that we always look at ourselves and ask then, you know, where is the gap? Is the gap in finance? Is the gap in structuring? Is the gap in de-risking mechanisms? Because when we go out there and we speak to some of our stakeholders, we do see these bankable projects. So there's clearly a gap that we need to work together on the supply and demand side to close. So some of the initiatives that we've been running, the Carbon Accelerator Program for the Environment, CAPE, this particular accelerator is a joint effort between the Carbon Center of Expertise and Anchor, and we're running it in partnership with an organization called Finance Earth. For those who've looked at the pitch deck, you'll see the 4 projects are within that. And it's important to talk a bit about CAPE and the thinking behind this. And When we looked at it and we thought about what should we be focusing on from an accelerator perspective and looked at the different phases of projects, we found that actually getting projects ready, investment ready, was where the challenge actually lied. So we went out specifically looking at projects that are towards the later stage, that needed support, technical support, but also needed transaction advisory support and needed to connect with investors and buyers. It was a competitive expression of interest that was put out. We had over 100 applicants across 28 countries in Africa. The key criteria we were looking for were nature-based carbon with a very strong focus on biodiversity and community. And we came up with 4 key projects that met this criteria. And a big part of that due diligence was actually looking at that criteria, not saying that they had it 100%, because otherwise what was the accelerator adding? But even where they didn't have the solutions, it was a key consideration for them, and they had put key thinking to it. And the 4 projects, just very briefly, Gashaka Gumti, which is Nigeria's first nature-based project, carbon project, which is a natural regeneration of forests. Rubeho Mountains in Tanzania, which is a community-based mountain forest protection and restoration in a biodiversity hotspot. Barotsi in Zambia, which is a livestock enhancement and rangeland restoration project, and Papariko, based out of Kenya, which is a mangrove restoration project. At the back of our initial CAPE, and the interest that was out there, we were approached in Ethiopia and were asked if we could particularly look at what applications had we received in Ethiopia. And what we found there was we had some that were more later stage, but we needed, but a lot more of the applications were more early stage. So working with the FCDO office in Ethiopia, we set up a special program for early stage kind of Ethiopian nature-based carbon projects with the same criteria. And we're seeing that this interest, and we want to grow CAPE as we go forward. But with a focus on carbon and biodiversity, there was also a need for more nature-first kind of projects. And Dorothy touched on this in terms of the Nature Finance Innovation Lab, the Blue Finance Accelerator, as well as the Bioeconomy Accelerator. And these will also touch upon carbon. Blue economy, blue carbon is a big element. On the bioeconomy, biochar is one of the big examples as well that we're seeing there. But again, kind of really bringing together supply and demand. And I would say there's 3 components. There's supply, there's demand, and there's an enabling environment that needs to come together in a landscape solution if we really want to deliver on these projects. Because all of these projects need to operate within a certain policy and regulatory environment. And if that policy regulatory environment is not in place or is not sufficient, then we find that actual project developers struggle in terms of getting effective projects on the ground. So at FSD, we've been working on with governments around carbon policy and regulations, and we've worked particularly around in Kenya, Tanzania, and Zambia. Last year, we did the gap analysis in Zambia, and then we were asked to go back and to support them in specifically drafting the benefit sharing guidelines, because that was seen as a key area in terms of actually bringing the social license to these projects and ensuring that it was fair and equitable as well. So having completed those guidelines that are now being turned into statutory instruments by the government, we've then looked at our existing projects like CAPE, which has a project in Zambia, and now working with the government around actively going back in and doing benchmarking, because the guidelines are principle-based, but we need live projects to actually understand across different sectors what are the appropriate benefit sharing benchmarking. And this has shown, we've got quite a lot of interest from different governments around the fact where they've got very high-level principles, how do we bring it down to more practical levels? We've also now looking at standardizing across the continent, so areas around Africa's integrity and equity principles, and also Article 6 readiness, and what does it take to be Article 6 ready, and we're working with ODENEPAD as part of the working groups that were launched at ACS2 a couple of weeks ago. Some of the other elements we're looking at is like market infrastructure. What does it take around supporting the development of pioneering carbon market infrastructure in Africa, and really connecting buyers and sellers, and reducing timelines and reducing the agency costs that actually take a big part of that value proposition. The third element is really working with financial institutions and building capacity around these stakeholders. And we've got perfect examples here of some of the initiatives that are already in play on the continent. We ran a session in May for East African financial institutions. We had over 40 financial institutions there, from banks, insurance, and asset managers. We now have working groups that have been set up where those industry sectors are taking upon themselves in terms of what initiatives are needed to really drive investments in carbon markets. And we're about to run a similar program in West Africa as well. Through that, we are actually bringing examples from across the world so that people can see we're not talking theory. This is how it's been done elsewhere. How do we take that? How do we modify that if needed from an African continent perspective? But also not to reinvent the wheel. Where things have worked in other sectors, in other areas, then how do we take that and make that work for carbon markets or for nature more broadly as a capital stack as well? So those are some of the elements that we're working with financial institutions on. And then financial products, really around developing and scaling innovative financial solutions for African carbon projects. And in here, it's again working with live projects. So where we work with CAPE and the engagement with investors and buyers, where we talk about getting offtake agreements that can help with de-risking, or whether we're seeing that we have too many small projects on the continent. Can we create aggregation platforms that can help us put a capital markets instrument on top of that on a sector basis? Or can we actually work with specific institutions around raising, whether it's carbon revenue type loan instruments or insurance products? And then lastly, it's really around connective knowledge and connective platforms. And again, here we're focused on how do we bring the practical knowledge that we've had from our projects into this. So CAPE, as an example, as an accelerator, will have a living lab. Everything that we're seeing that we're working with those 4 projects and with the Ethiopian projects will be available to other nature-based projects to benefit from, including any templates that have been generated. So taking all that and really helping in terms of building some of the kind of pipeline that we're seeing. And it's really about, what we're finding, and we're talking with our stakeholders, is about staying informed and building capacity. We are finding that as nature-based, as carbon, that it's evolving. It's not static. And even for those of us who work 100% in this, we are constantly learning what other people are doing. And it's in those shared learnings that we can actually move forward. Embedding nature and climate positive mandates. And here, it's not just the signal it sends out, but it's the engagement it takes to get those mandates. Whether it's at a board, executive level, like next week, we're going to be running some training as part of the Chartered Governance Institute to try and get more businesses actually engaged in this space. And so it's that process of getting those mandates as important as issuing those mandates as well. Integrating, into risk frameworks. And here, it's not from looking at it only from a purely risk perspective, but how risk informs the opportunities and the solutions to address those risks. Some of the organizations that we've been talking to have said that the way that they convinced their board that they had to look at climate and nature was to do a risk analysis on their supply chain. And when they actually did a risk analysis on their supply chain, they could see that this was not something that sat on the side that was nice to do, but was fundamental to their survival as a business going forward. And therefore, these risk frameworks actually help bring that to the forefront. Collaboration on blended finance mechanisms, as much as we are bringing in projects on the demand side, they have to be met halfway with the financing mechanisms that can make some of these projects viable. Some of these are quite innovative, experimental, and therefore by having these kind of blended finance mechanisms in place, they can become viable commercial projects. And we are discussing various mechanisms here around risk sharing, around kind of first loss, elements like on that, but also around reducing the cost of capital. And then nature-linked products, whether this is like kind of carbon revenue-backed loan notes or guarantees. And then investing in aggregation platforms and models. Again, here, this is about bringing to the forefront the smaller projects that on their own cannot have access to funding, but together, collectively, we can also move it from a project risk to a portfolio risk, which is a lot lower. And then kind of facilitating carbon credit trading. And we're seeing that a lot of banks, and a lot of international banks and regional banks are starting, but a majority of the institutions across the continent actually aren't. And what we're hearing is access to how do I sell my credits, but also more importantly, how are we developing an Africa market where African organizations and corporates are also buying credits to offset. And if we had our own kind of trading desk and mechanisms, then we could encourage that as well. I'd like to stop there by really emphasizing that really when we're looking at this, we are looking at how do we bring together demand, supply, and enabling environment. And even as much as we'll talk about carbon, what we really want to talk about is gourmet carbon that brings into account biodiversity, livelihood restoration, security from a food, water, etc. security. And really the focus is on capital, natural capital, and how do we drive that. So that's some of the initiatives that we're running around bringing the pipeline and developing the pipeline. So Kelvin, I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you very much, Reshma. And we're just going to have a bit of a chat now, and I will open it up if we have time for a few questions from the audience. So if you have those, please get them ready. And I think it's great what Reshma was highlighting, that there is a pipeline of really quality projects that's emerging. And I think our measure of success will be when these projects can access commercial lending from banks like Nedbank in a way that the kind of normal projects access finance. They don't have to pre-sell credits or go for philanthropic or concessional funding, but they're actually able to sort of commercially access the type of debt that they need in order to progress their projects. And so that's what we are working towards. But I just want to kind of draw out some lessons from the conversation. And Jason, maybe starting with you. And you spoke a little bit about your journey, about the lessons that you've learned. You also spoke about the importance of collaboration and partnerships. And so, kind of in that spirit, you're a bit further along the journey than some companies. And if you were to advise a CEO of a company that's just kind of starting out on their sustainability journey, just starting out, there's a desire to move in this direction, but so what are the kind of first steps? What would you advise to get started on the journey?
Yeah, actually, I loved what Reshma said. If companies did a proper analysis of, let's just say, supply chain or risks, they'd learn a hell of a lot. Like even us as Nedbank, we're learning all the time, right? So that's the one thing I'd say: do a proper analysis of your processes and risks to make sure you understand the reliances that you've got and start doing something about it. That's number one. Number two, these things have to make financial sense as well, And the best example of that, I'm sure you will follow it closer than I do, but an article in the FT struck me this morning where, there's the storm going through the North Atlantic, this storm Amy, and just on the back of the extent of wind coming through those turbines, the cost of energy over last weekend went negative. So instead of paying the system for energy, people got a rebate of it, and it was substantial. So like, even in South Africa, we are really good at renewable energy for a variety of good financial and sustainability reasons. But it's also caused energy sustainability And if not for the renewable energy that's been established, we would have real issues with respect to other SDGs like growth and jobs. So the trade-off, all of these things are important, but makes financial sense, and you've got to kind of really do a root cause analysis of the risk that you face as a business.
Yeah, I think that's really important, because that sort of hits to the real business case of it. There's downside risk if you don't do this, and there's upside opportunity if you do, and it's kind of understanding that really kind of can start to unlock the things. Great. Philip, similar question to you. I mean, you've been on this journey for a number of years now. You chair NDSI. So, kind of what are the key initial steps for an organization in driving this?
I think I very much resonate with what my colleague Jason here has said. But I think, firstly, it's really about getting the knowledge and collaborating with actually what's happening out there. There's it really all depends on what if you're right at the beginning, there'll be those organizations that will be further ahead, and I think it's important that you understand what resources, what are the risks that you need to look at in order to progress. And I think I don't think I can get away with saying that join NDSI is one of the initiatives, I'll say, if you're beginning up the journey, because especially if you're an insurance company, because there's and I outlined some of that. I think there's very good opportunities to pick learnings, that taxonomy, and being within the cutting edge of this. I think the other element, maybe I'll probably just add, probably more on a general basis, is that in this journey, this is natural capital, and a lot of the what I'll say climate impacted initiatives and business opportunities. They're really still what one might say on the early stage on a project kind of like life cycle, and it's important that in engaging, that the risks are understood, whether we want to call them the merchant risks or the offtake risk or even the performance risks. And I think the insurance industry in particular has got a great opportunity to de-risk some of those projects, in particular on the early stage. I mean, I think we discussed about geothermal, but I think on whether it's solar, wind, any of those, there's a need to de-risk that, de-risk the financing when it comes to the blended finance, and therefore working together and seeing that opportunity, I think is the right way to go, and collaborating with other private sector and government institutions is going to make a big difference going forward. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Philip. And Jason, maybe just quickly coming back to you in terms of your journey. So when you start to look at these type of projects, you go beyond just typical vanilla financial risk, credit risk, counterparty risk, and you start to look at different type of exposures that you're not normally assessing. And so has that made you think differently about the type of resources that you hire, the way you capacitate your team in order to kind of move into these new areas?
Yeah, Calvin, absolutely. If you just think about other risks that are not financial or credit, as you say, but I think one of the reasons we're really good at this as Nedbank is that we kind of go into the detail of understanding and partnering with entities that have credibility with respect to the construction and procurement. In other words, the partners that we have get projects built, on time, no slippage, and they do it over and over again, no matter how difficult the geography. So you can't underestimate that, because credibility comes from actually getting the projects delivered. So you need to kind of bring those skills into the teams, and then the partnering is also critical. The financial structuring you can't underestimate, and I think we've covered it a few times. You need a combination of equity and debt, insurance and the like. And global markets have appetite still for this type of activity. There's real appetite out there. And I'm not just talking, sovereign wealth funds across the world. I'm talking about actual funds that have capital to invest. Now, the trick is with capital, it always finds a home, right? And it's impatient. And I was saying earlier to somebody that one of the risks today is that we've got a great pipeline of deals ahead of us, and I think we're all looking at the same pipeline, but it's time to closure is a little bit slow, and therefore, someone like me that looks at that goes, well, I'm not quite sure about the timing, I'll just, find another home or buy back shares, and then you're kind of managing all of the projects together with your capital base. So that's complicated, and there are trade-offs within that. But I would just re-emphasize, Calvin, it's you can't just have bankers in the room on this thing. You've got to have experts of construction, experts of environment, experts of sustainability, and you can't underestimate that operational piece of it. These are difficult. Often we always say these are, wind farms and solar projects are not always in areas where there is infrastructure.
Yeah.
And getting the infrastructure to some of these locations, I think, particularly in South Africa, is one of our next big challenges with transmission and distribution.
Yeah.
So all of these things have to come together at a macro level and then in the detail of individual projects.
Yeah, great, thanks. And Reshma, coming to you, I mean, you've actually moved from the one side to the other. You were head of sustainability at a big bank, and now kind of are working to develop the pipeline. And so you really see both sides, and are now already at the coalface of the exciting projects that are emerging across the continent. As you sort of in that space, what are reasons you have for optimism as you kind of look at it?
So I've actually done a full circle, because even prior to the financial institution, I used to work in operations and delivery of projects. Not carbon, but large land-based extractive projects. So taking that, I took that to the bank in terms of really what does it take to deliver on a sustainability side on these projects. But now, even bringing it into the kind of combining all those elements, the optimism is that what we're seeing are organizations coming together to deliver. It's like the financial institutions have the financial power, whether it's from a financing or from a de-risking insurance perspective. But then the idea is not to do it on your own, but to have real delivery partners who have the technical skill to actually deliver that. We were at a project yesterday where we went to look at water conservation. And one of the things that we were told is the key is not the financial structure or the financial instrument in the risk. The risk was on the underlying project delivery. But when you looked at the partners that they had on board, they had the technical knowledge, but they had the practical and local and international knowledge, and they had built capacity of local contractors as well. It's bringing all those parties together that really gives me the comfort and the confidence that we can deliver to these projects.
Great, fantastic. Okay, I really just want to create opportunity for questions from the audience as well before we close. We've just got a few more minutes, so we can take a few questions. Maybe we start with Ben, and then we'll come to this gentleman here on the left. We can get a mic. There's a microphone coming, front left. And please keep your questions brief. We only got 5 or so minutes left.
Thank you so much. Very interesting panel discussion. I'm Ben from Department Science, Technology and Innovation. My question is mostly to Jason, but I'd appreciate any comment. One of the challenges that we have in the bioeconomy space is that a bio-innovative product that competes with a fossil fuel product, the similar thing, there's a premium on it. This is now at the macro level. Do you have any suggestions of how we can start to address that bioeconomy premium? Because ultimately it's a sustainable good as opposed to a fossil fuel derived one. Thanks.
So this is a very complicated question. If there was an easy answer, I think we'd be doing it already. And therefore, the only way I can explain how I think we could solve that is to say that it probably isn't going to be one solution. What we need to look at is, I think I made a point up on the stage that I think financiers understand the concept of, low and slow starts and progression of returns over time. I think we can get our heads around that piece as financiers. But there'll need to be some lift, and this is where probably some extra layer of kind of equity funding or risk or government funding might be necessary, and it might be global funding because this is a global issue, just to kind of support that energy while the fossil trade is a kind of comparative trade. I think the global energy companies get it as well. They know they've got a finite life, and they're also hundreds of years old, and they tend to be around for hundreds of years. So they're all playing in that space. But there isn't a financial instrument that's obvious to kind of provide that collateralization to that asset class today. And therefore, it's probably not a financial market answer on its own. It probably is a combination of at-risk equity and donor financing.
Can I just add my 2 cents on that? And it is a challenge, no doubt, but I think it's the reference when we're talking about early project life cycle. This is exactly the challenge. And I think as an industry, insurance industry, we're aiming to take wholeheartedly the challenge of de-risking that pricing element. And the solutions sometimes are not so clear-cut, so we can end up going back to the basics in terms of that. But that is actually the role, an opportunity for insurance firms to come together and look at it from a long-term perspective. And once you believe what's going to happen 10, 15 years down the road, then you can find a way of pricing it such that it's not prohibitive at the beginning. There is work to do actuarially and otherwise and the type of projects, but that's an opportunity as well for insurance sector.
Great. Yeah, great. I mean, so I think it is a conversation that needs to happen between all the different parties that are involved in this, as Jason was saying. And so part of it is financial structuring, but part of it is also kind of bringing development partners on board, and having the conversations so we're not speaking past each other and we're closing the gap between supply and demand. I think this is key, and this is what forums like Anchor exist for. Okay, we've got time, I think, for one more question. So this gentleman over here.
Thank you so much, moderator and the team, for the great submissions. Mine is two quick comments. I think the first one is about, I think my lady was asking about where are we failing. So I think we need to look at blended finance, look at a more structured finance, and find ways to work together. And the gentleman from Nedbank, you talk about partnerships and collaborations, and I think that's what we have learned from COVID, that one should have critical thinking, but one should also collaborate intentionally to achieve objectives. So going forward, I'm happy to interact with the team during lunchtime and see how we can work together. We do help with Pan-African investment, but also assist project owners that doesn't have the right technical skills to be able to get funding. So I will be available. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Since that wasn't a question, is there any last urgent burning question? Okay, great. Well then, just thank you so much to the panel. Please give them a round of applause. I think that was a very valuable discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
You were
Thanks a lot, Jason.
I am going to just ask our photographer to please just take a group photo of our panelists. Thank you so much. And technical gremlins. Okay, perfect. So we'll call you. We'll call you back on stage. I'm going to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, might we honor them with a round of applause? A huge thank you to our panelists and Calvin for moderating that discussion quite expertly. Collaboration, capacity, capital were really resounding words that came through in order for us to truly advance financial momentum in the race against SDG time, against 2030 time, against 2050, 2060, and all of these goals and set time frames that we've put. And I think to also echo Jason's words around the ROI. It comes in the trillions, it comes in the billions, but it also comes in the lifetimes as we're speaking to people, to profit, to planet, and that is going to be so, so important in how we advance this conversation forward. Before I introduce our next presentation, a note to our upcoming panel, Ms. Candace Dott, Mr. Innocent Ona, Mr. Chesney Huskisson, Ms. Justine Smith, and Mr. Fiachara Kearney. If you haven't yet been mic'd up, please do so and go to our technical team at the back in order to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are going to mark some financial instruments with a paper from the WEF Global Futures Council. And to do this justice, I'm going to welcome back onto the stage a woman who wears many hats, and in this hat, she sits on as a member of the council. She's already here, so a quick round of applause for her.
I want to confess I'm not excited to be here because this paper was to be presented by Laura from the World Economic Forum, who suddenly had to drop out. And I had to step in, being that I'm in the council. So I will not take too much time, but I will highlight the key aspects of this paper to you. It comes after this very interesting panel, because that was the finance section that we were talking about. And if I look at, let me just talk about this paper very quickly, I have less than 10 minutes, is the Global Futures Council on Natural Capital is a grouping of nature, finance people who have taken up the agenda to try and map out aspects on nature and in specifically natural capital through the World Economic Forum grouping. And so we are around 20 of us, drawn from different areas within the globe. And this was our flagship paper, drawn out of the need to actually analyze the state of nature finance instruments across the globe. It's a global paper, so there's a few, if you look at it, there are a few elements coming out of Africa, but really with a really global outlook. And the paper was called the Finance Solutions for Nature, Pathways to Returns and Outcomes. Now, the paper starts by picking out what, Madame Cyril, you talked about. You said, you know, you are at a point where you don't want to make a choice between ecosystem restoration and, of course, economic development. And Robert Rubin says, we do not face a choice between protecting our environment or protecting our economy. And the paper highlights quite a number of interesting figures or data. Pollination recently did a survey and noted that 99% of surveyed investors planned to increase nature-positive investment. For those of you who've been following the World Economic Forum reports, you will note that the biggest 4 long-term risks are actually environmentally related: biodiversity loss, resource depletion, natural hazards. Many times, the World Economic Forum report is what is quoted when you talk about, you know, dependence on GDP from a global perspective and even from, an African perspective. And so the latest report, 2019, not as late as it should be, but talks about $44 trillion in dollars in economic value moderately or highly dependent on nature. So a couple of few messages come through in this particular report. And this has also been highlighted here. So it shows that whatever the report speaks is really, really speaking to the realities on the ground. That a portfolio approach is necessary, and that this is necessary to mobilize capital for nature. The report picked 37 finance solutions, and out of the 37, a number of participants globally were interviewed. And based out of experience from these interviews, from the desktop research that was done, 10 finance solutions were actually highlighted as offering pathways to investable returns and nature-positive outcomes at scale. And this, again, of course, are critical factors in capital allocation decisions. The solutions identified or highlighted within the report are those that you're all familiar with, the sustainability-linked bonds, impact funds. But there are also frontier solutions that are coming up, nature or natural asset companies, internal nature pricing mechanisms. Those are also quite interesting as aspects that are being looked at. It was also highlighted that success is not just a story, is not just a theory, but finance for nature works, but needs skill and needs replication. Model transactions were highlighted. If you look at the detailed report, and I'll share with you the screen, and shows Uruguay's $1.5 billion sustainability-linked bond tying national credit to forest expansion. And then there's a big initiative in the Amazon, Veja's Wild Rubber Payment for Ecosystem Services. It's actually one of the first payment for ecosystem services that has really been done at scale, that paid rubber producers 80% above the market prices. And the challenge therein in that report is how this can be scaled and how this can be replicated. The third part of this report is that traditional finance plays a critical role, but needs support. And therefore, everything that many speakers have spoken about today, you know, looking at the full markets alone, not being able to embed the full value in financial markets comes out. The need for data, the need for de-risking, the need for de-risking of projects, the need for de-risking of transactions also comes out in this report. So 37 finance solutions were identified across 4 categories. We have financial instruments. You can see that listing there. Many of you are familiar with this. I want to put a point on number 17, quite a debate. And it highlights what Reshma began by saying when she talked about carbon. Under environmental credits, the team put in all nature-based credit type solutions within that banner of environmental credits. So there was the carbon credits, the water credits, you know, rewilding credits. All these were put under environmental credits, largely to explain and highlight that most of the times this also needs to be bundled solutions. So that's why you'll see that point number 17 as having that. And then we have, of course, the funds and facilities. Of course, I know many of you, we have a couple of impact funds and venture capitalists in the room. And then, of course, the third category were the enabling mechanisms, you know, the credit guarantees that you're talking about, the philanthropic finance, risk insurance, etc. And then fiscal and regulatory measures, but essentially focused on the financial instruments. And out of this 37 finance solutions, yeah, that's you can see it on the screen. Out of these 37 finance solutions, 10 were prioritized in terms of scalability and impact. So this piece of work was supported by McKinsey. And it highlights, you can see the 10 proposed priority solutions. There was a big debate. Is this applicable across various regions, different regions? If we see this in the global north, do the same prioritization aspects apply across or down to the global south? Big debate there, but those are the 10 priority solutions that, you know, eventually the report, the output of the report had. So you have your environmental credits, you have your thematic bonds, internal nature pricing, nature asset companies. Those are new, a bit frontier, if I may put it, using the term of the report. But that's how they were actually packaged. The report goes into detail in terms of solutions for deep dive, the 10 of them, in terms of scalability, which ones are high scalability, which are in terms of ease of structuring, applicability, and capital unlock. And then in terms of the nature impact, the track record was an interesting piece of discussion, the outcome-based structure and the nature valuation. So you can look at the details of that report, but it highlights to you under each of those which ones are high, medium, or low. And then this particular slide, let me not go into too much detail, but has a number of examples and some of the solutions that exist. But essentially, the output, one of the key aspects of this report, highlights the need to actually create both a nature strategy and a nature action plan based on, of course, many of you know the methodology. You assess, you commit, you transform, and then you disclose. Largely, the TNFD and TCFD, all those frameworks are based upon that particular framework. So highlighting the need for the nature strategy, of course, leading into the action plans that would tend to support any of these solutions. So as I finish off, what are the 5 core action areas to mainstream priority solutions? Again, today you've had this, I really don't need to get into too much detail, but standardization of data for investors key, especially because of reliable MRV standards, to be able to create credible baselines and also the independent assurance. I think the questions that many, many investors and buyers keep asking. Strengthening structuring approaches and de-risking mechanisms, expanding the pipeline of projects that Kelvin and Reshma have just highlighted today, building market demand, and essentially through an enabling environment, the policy piece that we've been talking about, real economy incentives, being some of the more powerful ways to drive nature investment. And then shifting of market norms and incentives to really recognize nature's value. So I want to stop there. The report is available. It is also available for feedback. So if you have feedback on what the report highlights, kindly just let us know. We'd be happy to take this in. It's a report or an update that we'll be making on a very regular basis. So with that, I take my cue to sit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. You will sit for just a few moments because I have the pleasure of welcoming you back on stage as you're going to be moderating a conversation that's really going to be investigating and looking at the role of disclosures in putting nature in national policy frameworks, as well as on the balance sheet, as has been the conversation of this very, very critical asset. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome back Dorothy onto the stage, and she's going to introduce her panel. Let's give her one last round of applause.
And now you see why I was not supposed to be here, but well. Candice Dot, is Candice in the room? Oh, thank you. I hadn't seen her. Candice Dot, Director Market Engagement of TNFD, please come to the stage. Innocent Ona, Chief Natural Resources Officer, African Development Bank, great supporter of ours. Chesney Huskisson, where is the, yes, Land Banking Group. Justin Smith, Chief Strategy Officer, Sustainable Finance Coalition, and Fiacra. I think I saw Fiacra. Kenny, Executive Director, Forever Wild. Please come to the stage. Let me just take my phone.
I think we need an extra chair.
Thank you. Oh, we need one more chair. Thank you. Yeah, even that's fine. Right. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So we have a big panel, and really, really happy to have you on board and on the stage this afternoon. So I'd like to start with Candice. So we talked today about the work that, or the role of TNFD and the role of disclosures. And Candice, just if you can just highlight to us how the uptake has been from Africa's perspective, also of course globally, and what are some of the key learnings out of that work?
Happy to, and thank you, Dorothy. You've done a tremendous job, you and your team, putting this all together. The Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure is obviously following fast and furiously on the footsteps of the giant TCFD efforts and work. And we've actually just put out our first ever TNFD annual status report. So for those of you that have ever read the TCFD annual status reports, those have been going since, I think, 2018. So this has been a pretty pivotal moment to have a stock take. And it's the first stock take since our recommendations were finalized in 2023, where we're able to communicate what's happening in the market. So we can now formally communicate that we've got well over 620 global adopters. They come from, I think, 64 different industry sectors. So really almost every global SASB industry sector is covered. I think there are 77 industry sectors. Also representing 54 countries. So organizations in that cohort of over 620 also make up in excess of $20 trillion of assets under management. And I want to just quickly highlight why it's assets under management that we've measured. It's important because our biggest uptake has actually been from an investor community perspective. So asset managers, asset owners globally are the largest majority of those 620, closely followed by commercial banks and the insurance sector. So we've heard from a number of financial institutions who are actively pursuing this agenda. One of the final stats I just want to articulate is the imperative around this isn't just about adoption, this is about action, and this is about disclosure and how organizations are doing the risk assessments that you've just heard the previous panel talk about, and the importance of that work that's feeding into what is materially disclosable information. And of the companies that have actually already publicly reported, we know of more than 500 public reports. So this is no longer talking about doing it. This is companies who've already started disclosing using the TNFD framework. So you can actually look at the reports, their public reporting, how they've gone about it, the tools, the processes, the data. But what I think is one of the key takeaways in our status report is over 78% of organizations that have publicly reported are actually saying that they've integrated their climate and nature reporting. So this is no longer separating these topics, it's about actually bringing them together, and I think a key part of what Reshma was referencing earlier is actually allowing boards to think about this as a collective agency and how we solve these problems together.
And Candice, that's very interesting. I know we have a couple of early adopters in the room, ICA Lion, KCB,
yes.
Equity Bank. My question is, I do know that many financial institutions are actually churning out TNFD aligned reports. Yeah. They may not be publicly early adopters, but it's TNFD aligned reporting. Yeah. How do you see that playing out globally vis-a-vis Africa-wide? And is it still valuable to have that going?
So absolutely. In that number, we actually used some tech tooling. We used an AI third party to help us assess that public reporting component. So TNFD aligned examples of reports, actually there's a proliferation of them. It's certainly not about measuring adopters only. There are 14 adopters on the African continent. So thank you, Philip, wherever you are in the room. I feel like I'm following you from Suzhou in China to Cape Town. But thank you for publicly showing leadership from an insurance sector perspective. I think one of the key aspects for me is this concept of leadership is really important, showing organizations can do this, how they're doing this. And that's what the reports are showing, Dorothy. So it's not just, I'm a public adopter. This is, I'm actually publicly using this in my nature-related risk assessment work to be able to work with my clients. I am helping my clients develop these same frameworks. And I think Reshma called it out earlier, the importance of supply chain. And I just want to underpin the opportunity within that supply chain sector, which I think we'll get onto just now.
Great, great. I want to move on to you, Innocent. We have the African Natural Capital Community of Practice. Actually, many people confuse the NCA with ANCA. which is not a very bad thing. But tell us what this is and essentially what your agenda is in supporting the Natural Capital Accounting Community of Practice.
Thank you, Dorothy, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting the African Development Bank. I think it's a very multilateral institution that is highly relevant for this kind of discussion. And the Africa Natural Capital Accounting Community of Practice, if I may, I see it as a platform, that could also support the overall agenda of ANCA based on your presentation this morning. So we are a knowledge and learning platform comprising of 500 individual members. These are like experts in natural capital accounting, as well as a presence in over 48 African countries. Unlike ANCA, for example, that is focused on corporates, we are focused on national governments, Ministry of Finance. The goal is to mainstream natural capital approach, in the finance policy, as well as investment landscapes. And currently, the Secretariat of the COP is hosted by the African Development Bank since last month. But within the last 4 years, it was financed by the World Bank, and there was a need for the institution to be led by an African-based institution, and the African Development Bank was happy to take on the Secretariat. So currently, we are focused on ensuring that we're able to support African countries to properly, ensure that the value of the natural capital is reflected in their economy, particularly their GDP estimates. There was an earlier presentation this morning that says the natural capital value of Africa is about $6.2 trillion. I think that is grossly underestimated. And one of the key reasons why this is grossly underestimated is because of the lack of robustness of systems of national accounts in Africa. We still have countries in Africa who are still using 1968 systems of national accounts, which does not provide the provisions that will enable us to be able to adequately measure the value of the natural resources. Africa is rich in natural resources, as we all know, but we are cash poor. The African Development Bank, through the NCA COP, is trying to intervene in this area to see how countries can be able to build their statistical capacity. We did a quick analysis recently. We took a sample of 42 African countries, and only 16 out of 42 are currently implementing the System of Environmental Economic Accounts, SEEA. And these 16 countries, only 5 of them are currently updating their national accounts, including South Africa. Congratulations to the Republic of South Africa. But I think this platform is going to help in terms of also sharing knowledge between African countries. Some are more advanced than others, while some are still at ground zero. So the Natural Capital Accounting Community of Practice is going to really focus on building the capacity of these countries to be able to make sure they compile policy-relevant natural capital data that will be useful for the GDP rebasing exercise, which is quite ambitious, but I think if we're able to get our data infrastructure correctly, it is an exercise that could also help to improve the creditworthiness of African countries, be able to also improve the capacity to mobilize additional capital for development finance work, including beyond biodiversity, could also be education, health infrastructure. I think the overall goal is just to ensure that Africa is able to properly integrate the value of the natural resources into the macroeconomic fabric of our countries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. So Candace, you've talked about the TNFD and the role of disclosures. Innocent, you have covered the natural capital accounting piece. If I move to you, Fiacre, explain to us from a financial institution's perspective, how do we design and scale investment frameworks, and how do we build onto these platforms and frameworks that already exist?
Thanks, Dorothy. I've got the questions here. They're kind of tricky questions, you sent me, so I got them here. But the way we think about it, first I want to thank the World Economic Forum for this and for highlighting the work we're doing in Australia. We have obviously an African-based arm here to try and build leadership in Africa. And I think the principles apply pretty widely. So we have a lot of value at risk frameworks, like the TNFD, looking at supply chains, dependencies. But the question remains, how do you actually invest into that? And I think what we're really lacking here, if you look at the value chain of investment, what can unlock and trigger investment from an investor's point of view is one of those things is what sort of risks are we looking at? And the quantification of the nature-based outcome, I think, is critically important. And I think it's, we need to kind of mature the conversation a little bit. Often we think about a nature-based outcome as a binary, so it's either going to be achieved or it's not. But of course, it's a continuum, right? And if we want to understand the continuum, we can match a relative outcome to the time that investment can be deployed. So we have to marry up these interests. And I think there are some tools. We've developed some tools looking at the quantitative risk analysis to achieve an outcome for nature. Because of course if we think about investing into a piece of infrastructure, it's an inanimate piece of infrastructure, but along with that, it's got decades of work around the risk analysis. And we try and invest into nature, which is often linked into communities as well. We have this kind of living, breathing, asset that we need to figure out, what is the risk of investing, and how likely is it we're going to achieve the outcome. So, that the quantification tools I think are critical at this stage.
And drawing onto the quantification tool, Chesney, I've followed the Land Banking Group. You're a very active member. And there's an aspect on nature on the balance sheet. And I know we've repeated it this morning quite a number of times. And if you look at what Fiacre has indicated, those tools that are available, how does that align into actually putting nature on the balance sheet, including the platforms that you're running?
So, quite literally, our founding mission statement is to put nature on the balance sheet, and that is one potential literal outcome. But more generally, it means our goal is to bring nature into value. And obviously, when talking about value, you can't avoid talking about price. Price is the ultimate transmitter of information. And if something's unpriced, it remains largely excluded from decision-making frameworks. And if it's excluded from decision-making frameworks, you're dealing with information asymmetries, which lead to suboptimal outcomes. So basically, our solution at the Land Banking Group is our tech platform. So it's a tech tooling solution called Landler. And in the first instance, our goal is to better quantify nature in a way that's financially legible at the end of the day. So we work with high-resolution remote sensing data in combination with in-situ ground truthing data and robust scientific models to quantify those biophysical things. So solving that coordination gap and tooling gap that exists to allow for these then make sense. And the second layer on top of that is a contracting and sort of legal framework that allows for transactions, ledgering, execution, which then has this sort of financial markets component to it that really then is connecting the biophysical quantification of nature with financial markets. And just to talk through sort of a logic flow, that's kind of like a flywheel. Measurement enables recognition. Recognition is a prerequisite for attribution. Attribution allows for the existence of rights. Rights unlock value. Value requires accounting, and accounting requires evidence. So it's kind of this flywheel circle that's all enabled by data and accurate data and the ability to accurately price things based on that data. And that's basically what we're solving to do with our tech platform.
So we'll drill down on that connection in a few minutes. But I want to bring you in, Justin, the Sustainable Finance Coalition. You have been instrumental in building a very strong voice for African regulators, DFIs, financial institutions. As we were planning this event, every person that we spoke to, because we also had a partners forum, said you cannot have this event without having the SFC. And just needed to understand from your experience, what are some of the most effective levers to align national sustainable finance taxonomies, policies, market practices into one coherent
sustainable finance ecosystem. And then, of course, how that then also translates to the work that you do with your partners and with your members.
Thanks, Dorothy, first of all, for the very kind words. As a Sustainable Finance Coalition, we really work with partners to look at innovating finance solutions for large landscapes and seascapes, primarily in the Southern and East African context. And I think we can all agree that there's a lot of shared challenges across the different countries within that framework. Not enough funding for protected area management, a big dependence on community-based conservation without a lot of support for the communities who are doing that work. A lot of issues around things like human-wildlife conflict, under-insurance, but also a lot of similarities from a regulatory perspective, from a collaborative perspective around things like the Southern African Development Community, etc. So I think for us, the ability to pilot particular solutions in a country or landscape or seascape, then have a government partner, business partners, and community partners come together to really develop those solutions and see if they can work, and be willing to share it with counterparts in other countries, has been a very powerful kind of learning tool and sort of speaking tool, rather than us going to organizations to tell them what we think should work. You know, for somebody from the Namibian government who's heard from South Africa that a fiscal incentive can work, or somebody in Kenya who's heard about a sort of human-wildlife conflict insurance opportunity that can work potentially in Zambia or Tanzania as well. I think that sharing and that capacity building between different partners, between different organizations, has been critical in bringing that kind of collaborative response and collaborative action together. And we really need to do more and more of that, I think, if we're going to try and close these massive funding gaps that we see for nature and climate.
And so if I bring you in, Candice, listening to the role that we've Justin has spoken about, if you look at the TNFD from piloting perspective, of course I was going to ask you questions on your data pilot and the work that you're doing, but I also want you to touch a bit on the tech side that Chesney has also highlighted, the use of tools, data, AI. How does that work into this whole nature financing journey?
So I loved your flywheel analogy, and I loved the fact that there's evidence that these projects are scalable and being done already. One of the things I would hopefully be able to apply into the flywheel, if the work of the TNFD is effective and I guess meets what the task force criteria are, one of which is the importance of data. And we're actually releasing a paper at COP30.
Okay.
We've done a lot of work with the Anchor team, specifically around piloting from a South Africa perspective, with some support, I think, from Oliver Wyman. But importantly, within the framework, we've done data-related pilot testing in a number of geographies all over the world. Embedded in the TNFD recommendations is actually a metrics architecture. And I would say it's probably one of the best kept unintentional secrets embedded in quite a lengthy TNFD recommendations document, which is we've spent a lot of time developing core metrics and then sector-based metrics with industry input. It's not perfect, but it certainly was a get-started mechanism to consider what data organizations can start applying in a feasible capacity. There's actually quite a lot of data that's already available. I'm not allowed to have favorites in our data pilot work, but I certainly heard feedback from my colleagues working on our Nature Data Public Facility Roadmap paper that will be issued at COP30, which is to look at the funding at a global level and what some of the governance challenges are, and what some of the, you talked about, you didn't quite use the word, you said audit, I think, or certainly accounting.
Yeah.
But accounting often means assurability of the quality of that content. So there's been a hell of a lot of factors embedded in this piloting work. Piloting around things like nature positive, Dorothy, which I know you're very embedded into, with Marco Lambertini and the MPI initiative. I think it's really important to know that certain criteria do not exist yet. Work around the state of nature is still a conceptual piloting framework. Work around measuring invasive species is also ongoing work. So there are critical aspects to nature data that will allow for national level usability, local and contextual level usability. But in fact, I think South Africa and some of the channeling of that data across boundaries, municipal boundaries, cross-border intra-Africa boundaries, gives me quite a lot of hope, Dorothy, that I think the data layer and the work around building nature intelligence with tech is going to be quite a fulfilling next phase of work for us. I just want to touch on the importance of SMEs for 1 second, because we actually launched on Friday a Conservation X Lab partnership with UNDP, which is an opportunity to look at solving for the SME segment using potential tech tools and hopefully elements of AI to support SMEs who don't have the resources, don't have the capacity, certainly may lack the knowledge, and the importance of that SME or MSME sector on a continental level in job creation, but also awareness of their role in supply chains, and what tooling can help support knowledge around nature-related risk assessments, but also hopefully using that to unlock opportunities that will allow for better natural data to flow into perhaps some of your projects.
Yeah, and I want to use the data piece, and to challenge Innocent. So Innocent, this was not in the question. Sorry. So over time, we have learned that countries, when it comes to national data or national accounting, water accounts, for example, are some of the most developed, right? So water accounts, most countries have very developed water accounts, but we see very little from an investments perspective. Yet, of course, 25% of African countries are facing a water crisis. So my question to you is, how does the work on natural capital accounting feed into corporate and national accounting systems? And how does that feed, or rather come off from the work of the community of practice to actually spur more instruments from the national accounts that some are quite mature already?
Okay, thanks, Dorothy. So we can look at it from various perspectives. We can look at it from an entire natural resource perspective, water, energy, biodiversity, as well as the ecosystem side, which means some of the provisioning services that we get from biodiversity, for example. Each of these natural resources, have interlinkages. And for the Natural Capital Accounting Community of Practice, what the goal is to pick where best practices is being used, and then try to, push narratives that will encourage countries that are not using it already to be able to uptake them. That's on the one side. And then for countries that are already using them, how do they fit into the balance sheet, if I can understand your question properly? Yes. The balance sheet needs numbers, needs credible numbers, needs accurate numbers, numbers that that can be disaggregated and that can be reliable. For that to happen, you need tools. You need standards. The corporate organizations, as well as investors, would like national ownership of some of this data, and the capacity for them to be able to generate this data themselves, to be able to curate this data themselves, and also interpret them into policy-relevant decision-making, as well as for investment. As an investor, if I want to pursue an energy account, for example, in a country like Namibia or Botswana, that have water stress. I think it would be of importance for me as an investor to be able to know if my investment, is going to be at disadvantage in terms of my water requirements for my production facility. So a water account in this context becomes highly, highly important and relevant. And the quality of that data, the Natural Capital Accounting Community of Practice, some of the experts that are there from Namibia and Botswana will be able to say, oh, we are here, we can tell you that these numbers are correct. And that could also help the corporates, and it could also help the balance sheet. I hope I was able to attend to
you are. And I was forgetting your Chief Natural Resources head at AFDB, so you're very clear on the accounts on natural resources. I want to bring in Chesney. Innocent talks about credibility of data. So how do tools like Landler, I think it's called Landler, how would that tool enhance credibility to, a buyer or an investor, or even just a country that seeks to really understand the value of its natural capital?
Yep. Well, I mean, I think the issue that we face is that nature is incredibly complex. Very few people understand it in its entirety, and to deal with such a complex system, it increases the measuring costs significantly. So it's not that measuring data is measuring nature, and having data on nature is a new idea. It's the fact that it's now, through technology and enhancements, artificial intelligence, these things, we can push the boundaries on cost, scalability, and comparability, which are things that we've lacked in the past. So in a previous life at a sustainability consulting firm, I remember working with our environmental scientists doing impact assessments on project finance deals using IFC performance standards, equator principles. There's a nice PDF report. There's lots of interesting, very in-depth data in that report. It's done once at the start of the project, and that's where that data lives and dies. It's never elevated to a level where you can start to make and draw meaningful inferences from it, cost-effectively, scalably, and comparably. So I think the gist of it here is that technology is enabling this evolution to that increased sort of standard in data quality. And that's why it's really an exciting time to be in this space. So that's, hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. And if I look at, so just in a coalition, just like we are, one thing that we keep getting challenged on is enough with the talking. Where is the real action? Enough with the commitments and the pledges that our members and our partners, especially our members, have made. But how do we move from commitments to capital flows, noting that, yes, there are now tools to support the data challenge. There are natural capital accounts, there are frameworks. How do we actually move into real action?
Well, it's a great question. And I think what we're seeing, though, is that there's some great foundations because there is actually really good data being captured by sort of unsuspecting players. I think a lot of the community-based organizations we work with, both in the marine and terrestrial side, are tracking the impact that they have and that they depend on really, really accurately. It's just about bringing that into the conversation that we have at a sort of more regional scale. I think also we often see a lot of ideas around how to close the funding gap or around finance solutions, but actually having a structured methodology to take them to implementation is really critical. And that's what we try and do from a Sustainable Finance Coalition perspective through our finance model. I think the other side is that building more and more capacity and understanding across the continent around this is critical. Us in the room or even the partners we work with aren't going to close that gap on our own. So being able to make sure that we work with partner organizations, build their capacity to really take on board the solutions and share and replicate them over time is incredibly important. And then, as much as coalitions, maybe some people can be critical, that coordinating capacity and that need for bringing together partners, it's not something a lot of people want to fund, but the work's not going to happen and be pulled together if it doesn't take place. So I think your ability and hopefully what we're trying to do around bringing together governments, NGOs, business partners, philanthropic organizations and others to sort of learn and share and create those solutions together is absolutely crucial. And we need to continue doing that effectively as a team.
Thank you. Fiacre, I want to finish off with you, and then we have a couple of questions. I feel like this it's blocking me, but I hope you can hear my voice. As nature increasingly becomes, pitched as an asset class, that the whole issue of legal and contractual innovations needed to guarantee equitable benefit sharing, protection of land rights holders. I know it's an item that Reshma, our carbon lead, is always working towards and supporting countries with. while at the same time also aligning this with returns on investment and tangible biodiversity gains. My question is, what kind of aspects or legal aspects do we need to see? Would be also great to learn about how that has worked in Australia, the project in Australia, and what you're planning to do in Lusaka, Zambia.
Yeah, thanks, Dorothy. So, you know, there's a whole value chain, like I mentioned before, and I think there's some really critical pieces that we haven't really, you know, finalized yet in building out the structures to unlock finance. So we obviously the data piece at the end is critical, right? When you start along there, the question is, how do you get there? So investors often ask us, and the work we've done a lot, we've been involved in a lot of negotiations. We've unlocked several tens of millions of dollars. We've also lost several tens of millions of dollars because the deals have fallen over regardless of how much data is available. And I don't mean this in any disrespect, it's amazing stuff, but the question is, how do you get there? So investors will often say to us, you know, what is the risk? What is the quantified risk of this failing? We need to apply a discount rate. Mm-hmm. So how do they come up with that? Often they'll use the highest discount rate that they can. Now what this does, unfortunately, is it cascades down onto the project proponents, the people on the ground, the land rights holders, and then cascades down onto nature. So if the discount rates and the legal clauses that are constructed to protect the investment get into the risk and compliance team, it comes back as a different beast. You know, the intention is still there somewhere, but it's come back with these clauses that effectively put the communities, in some cases, at quite significant risk, including their land rights. So there is an integrated process of project design here that's required, and some fairly sophisticated modeling, which is what we've done in Australia. We've integrated the return on investment modeling with the return on nature modeling, along with guidance for how to develop a legal contract that protects both of those elements, both those returns, and doesn't just push the risk down onto land rights holders. Okay. So obviously there is more complexity here, and this is part of the problem, right? We're not just investing into a piece of infrastructure in which we can see the parameters fairly clearly. We're trying to invest into something which is living and more amorphous, with people's lives depending on this asset. Right? So what we've done is to develop that modeling. You know, it's a pretty sophisticated piece of work, and that really unlocked particularly the latest deal for us with a fairly risk-intolerant investor who's playing with other people's money, and that's a key thing. Right? Mm-hmm. So that was really an interesting piece of work. And what we're doing now is trying to bring this, well, we are bringing this out of Lusaka. So the initiative there called the Zonde is really to bring the knowledge of what we've done in Australia. And we've done a lot of work in remote areas with indigenous communities. I think there is a pipeline of projects here, but we have to raise the level of sophistication of their modeling and also raise the understanding within investors of nature and how they can integrate that. So that's what is on this, is set up to do effectively, is to bridge that gap. And I think some of the tools that have been talked about here will be really fundamental to work concurrently with that. So it is an exciting time, you know. I think the last piece I want to say that's important, I think the insurance piece was raised here. So we've done some work in Australia with an insurance group looking at ensuring the biodiversity outcome. And the risk modeling in that, where we look at a quantified risk modeling and a score, a relative score, if you like, 0 to 100, of a nature outcome, allows the insurer to design a product that cycles back to the investor. Mm-hmm. So it's, you know, this I like the flywheel thing, you know, there are these integrated components that have to work together. Mm-hmm. I was fascinated, the insurance talk earlier, I thought it was really, really good that there's this engagement at that level.
So it ensures the aspect that an investor would actually be expecting, the return from an outcomes perspective.
Yes, from an outcomes perspective, which of course gives them some confidence from the returns on investment, because it's an integrated piece. The returns on nature underpin the return on investment. Yes. So, yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to be done, but And it's a little bit easier in some environmental markets, but it's applicable to different forms of nature finance.
Great. We have a couple of minutes for some questions. Happy to take any questions from anyone in the audience. And as we wait for the questions, just a thought for you. If you had that one thing that you could change to move the dial within your spheres of influence, what would it be? So as we get in, are there any questions? Yeah? Yes, I can't see, I'm sorry. Ben. Any other question? We could take two at the same time. Okay, Ben, yes.
Thanks so much, and thanks to the panel. Really interesting discussion. And it follows on with the last point made. Sorry, Ben from South African government. There's growing consumer interest in conservation and sustainability and net zero approaches. In contrast, the profit motive of people remains a driving force for how the world works. So the question is, how do we start moderating that profit motive to include sustainability and greenness? I'm using the terms very generally, to allow for private sector financing to be more concessional for valid carbon zero projects. I hope that was understandable.
Anyone want to take that? Yes, Justin can start.
I feel like 10 years at Woolworths probably puts me in a situation to answer this question. But I think the reality is true. You're getting pressure from the consumer side, but also from an investor perspective and from other key audiences. And I think a couple of the people during the course of today have spoken about one critical issue, which is changing the time frame narrative. So often you, as a company, are being pushed about your quarterly results or your kind of annual earnings or things like that, whereas a lot of the solutions and a lot of what changes we're trying to make are medium to long term, mostly long term. So trying to change that time parameter and balance that within the kind of structure of an organization is really, really critical, and probably one of the biggest unlocks that needs to be done. I think also, we've spoken quite a bit about disclosure, which is a really important lever, but it also can't be so overwhelming that it takes up so much time during the course of kind of an annual cycle that there's no work being done to report on. So I think the balance also between these different drivers and how you see and implement them is really critical.
I'll add something that was a aha moment for me recently, and it links to your point, Justin, which is time horizons are critical, but also the active participation of ecosystem stakeholders. So the Eskom Pension and Provident Fund, EPPF in South Africa, very large, influential asset owner, at a continental level, has looked at their journey, but with the concept of ecosystem stakeholders. And you alluded to it in your question, but I think it talks to, you've got long-term asset owners matching long-term durations of their base. I think it's 80,000 stakeholders are insured under the Eskom Pension Fund, or individuals. And how important it is to collaborate, but at different stages along that journey. So even within the EPPF, they talk about their own ecosystem and the importance of different departments within that ecosystem on their sustainability journey. But the importance then of also government, policy, domestic asset managers, foreign asset managers, and the role that they can play within the entire ecosystem. And often as individuals, it's very difficult, and I say this from my personal perspective, to feel like I can have a role to play in some of the infrastructure projects in South Africa. I don't physically feel that I can take part. My pension fund probably is through some degree of sovereign asset that I'm invested in, but it's kind of by default, not by choice. And I think when you start looking at some of the investment products coming on the market, certainly in the exchange-traded space, and I say this is not exchange-traded, it's exchange instruments that will allow retail access to infrastructure projects, could be game-changing. Because it will suddenly feel like retail investors can actually also have a little bit more of a role to play. And again, that's money flow, that's financial inclusion, that's looking at the entire ecosystem and seeing where we each individually can play a role, and then the organization that you represent can play a role with time horizons.
Yeah, and just looking at even the consumers, the youth, they are, for those of you who have teenage children like I do, they now look at products and they want to know what it's made out of. Is it plastic? Are we using all this plastic in this house? And so we are also getting this new generation who are really clear about what they want in terms of just responsible living, including what they eat, right? So that's also a very interesting piece. So back to you, Fiacre. If you had that one thing that you could change, what would it be?
Can I just make a response to that? I'm not sure I agree with you, Dorothy, that our teenagers are so socially conscious. I think our teenagers might be socially conscious, but I think other teenagers think there's a growing consumerism out there. And I think that's a real problem.
That's true.
And I think that the premium for nature, there's some interesting work done by a tech company we've been working with in Australia, and they're actually looking to gamify the reward system for nature. Very interesting, using tech platforms where products are linked to a nature-based outcome, but there's a reward system from brands linked to that when people pay for the premium. Because what they found is 53% of people in their focus groups wanted sustainability. I mean, 53 is pretty low, I thought, in this day and age. But only 3% were prepared to pay for that.
Yeah.
So then this leaves this big question of, well, how do we convince people, especially the other percentage who don't, how do we convince them? So there's some interesting work going on there, I think, for consumers. The one thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see a much greater integration between ecological science and economics.
Okay.
And people with combined skills, and universities starting to teach this combined skill. That's one thing I'd like to see.
Part of the reason why we set up the fellowship, but thank you for that. Yes. Justin.
So I think being positive, one of the things I'd like to see which is starting to happen is more recognition for community-based conservation interests and their critical role through OECMs, through more recognition around indigenous rights. I think that's very positive, and more of that needs to happen. And then what I'd like to see more of is an equivalent amount of recognition for our oceans, and more conversations about the marine finance, blue economy space, as much as we talk about what's happening on land.
Interesting. Chesney.
I have to say mine's actually already been stolen over there. I couldn't agree more. Combining the sort of biophysical, environmental science piece with the economics is hugely important, and it kind of, to your question or sort of problem statement, rather than answering it, empathizing with it, this is my sort of bread and butter daily work, is pricing risk and resilience in combination, or opportunity and fragility, and any permutation of those pairings. But the difficult thing is that our system, we've sort of had economic growth at the wholesale degradation of nature for the longest time. So any sort of pricing that we do is increased. So if we're talking about an additive risk premium, it's an increase to that discount rate. You're going to see a drop in return. So it's a very difficult pill to swallow, and therefore a very hard thing to sell from the sort of free market business solution side, because to be the first one, there's no incentive to do it. You don't want to be the first guy to say, I'm going to price my risk correctly, everyone else is not, and therefore I'm going to take the hit for it. So only once everyone's correctly pricing their risk, if we stay within the sort of risk world, do you then get that relative outperformance. So yeah, basically skill set within this space to quantify, but the difficulty is then moving the needle from a commercial perspective without having that sort of top-down approach helping out along the way as well.
Candice.
Capacity building and building capacity. Because I think that that's in the eye of each of us.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be sitting in this room if you didn't have a degree of interest. But also, I've personally learned, pivoting into my work within the TNFD, that we all learn from each other, and certainly organizations are learning from each other at a rate and at a scale that's exponentially exciting. We're actually launching our first Train the Trainer on the African continent in February in Johannesburg for 3 days, which is designed for trainers to train. And I'm hoping within that helps scale and enable many other organizations across the continent. So your 53% is probably overweighted in the room, and you suddenly realize, what you can do with the right people. I think at the table, sharing case studies, context, examples, and showing evidence of how it's been done.
Okay. Innocent.
So I would like to see a change in narrative about Africa being a poor continent. We all know from the conversation we've had all day till this point that Africa is natural resource rich, but cash poor. The level of transformation and the level of changes that's required requires cross-sector collaboration amongst everyone in this room. And let's keep working together to try to change the narrative. Thank you.
Great, ladies and gentlemen.
What's yours?
Mine. You had to do that to me. Wow, for me, I just need to see money flowing into nature. And that's really why we're doing everything we're doing, from capacity to data to convening to the thought leadership work to de-risking, everything. That's really, really the one thing I really want to see. That's why we exist as a coalition. So thank you very much, and thank you for putting me on the spot. It's time for lunch. I'd want to hand over to Vuyo, but please let's clap for the panel.
Photo?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize I'm a very dangerous space between you and your lunch. But before I let you go, there is a car announcement. I think it officially marks it being a summit with a car announcement. A white car with the number plate SA360 LTWP. That's SA360 LTWP. If you could please repark, because the way that you have parked, you are obstructing the way. White van, SA360 LTWP. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is going to be served at the Oasis Restaurant. That's the Oasis Restaurant, and you can locate that by going down the stairs. And once you have exited the doors, the restaurant is to your right. If you are having any trouble locating the venue, then our team is on hand to escort you. Thank you so much, and I'll see you back here at 2:20. Thank you so much. Enjoy lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to kindly ask if you are not a panelist, because those are the only people who are going to be standing at the moment, that we settle down so that we resume our final part of our program. Welcome back to day one of the ANCA Summit in conjunction with the World Economic Forum. I certainly hope that you are well fed with great ANCA and Cape Town hospitality. And I'm going to take full advantage of your relaxed posture and your full bellies. And I'm going to ask that you kindly pay attention to the screen for our final video. And that is the video that is going to engage the ANCA Nature Voices Pledge.
We, the members of the African Natural Capital Alliance, recognizing the critical role of nature in our continent's well-being and sustainable development, pledge to uphold the following principles and commitments.
We acknowledge the intrinsic value of nature and the essential services it provides for all life on Earth. We understand that the preservation and restoration of natural capital are fundamental for the prosperity of present and future generations.
We recognize that Africa's rich biodiversity and ecosystems are unique and irreplaceable. We appreciate the significance of safeguarding and sustainably managing our natural heritage to support resilient economies, promote social equity, and enhance the quality of life for all Africans.
We affirm our role to establish a distinct voice and actively contribute to the global conversation on nature. We commit to mobilize our resources, expertise, and influence to promote nature-positive practices within and outside of our institutions.
In line with our commitment to a nature-positive African continent, we pledge to take the following actions. We will support initiatives that conserve and restore natural habitats, protect endangered species, and enhance ecosystem services. We will aim to support local communities in doing so.
We'll consider the impacts of our operations on ecosystems, biodiversity, striving for sustainability and resilience. We will integrate the value of nature into our business decisions.
We will explore products and services that promote nature-positive outcomes, and we will encourage investment in sustainable solutions.
We will disclose relevant information on our nature-related risks, opportunities, and initiatives aligning with the international reporting frameworks and best practices.
We will engage in constructive dialogue with policymakers, regulators, and industry peers to advocate for nature-centered policies, regulations, and incentives. We will support development of frameworks that integrate the true value of nature into economic systems.
We will actively participate in platforms, forums, and partnerships that foster collaboration and knowledge sharing on nature-related topics. By signing this Nature Voices Pledge, we, the members of the African Natural Capital Alliance, ANCA, commit ourselves to these principles and actions. We recognize the urgency of our mission and the transformative power of our collective efforts. Together, we will contribute to a sustainable future.
Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. We now are going to move into a showcase of a buzzword that we've been hearing throughout the conversations, the addresses that have been happening, and that is collaboration, that is partnership. And we're going to be hearing from a series of inspirational case studies that have been engaging in looking at how we can scale nature finance, looking at how we could scale nature innovation, as well as urban resilience across the continent. Moderating this showcase with his panelists is Mr. Josh Ayers, who is the Associate Member of ANCA Secretariat, as well as a Senior Research Impact Fellow in the Nature and Climate Impact Team at the University of Exeter. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he takes the stage.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. While the panel comes up and has a seat, I just want to tell you a quick story. As she mentioned, I'm a Senior Research Impact Fellow at the University of Exeter. And as an American living in the UK, I've been accused of oversharing. But hopefully this will give you a little bit of color and illustration of kind of where I'm coming from. Can we show the picture? Is it up? You're like, what in the world are we doing showing this picture? So this is my grandfather on the left, and my grandmother and my mother on the porch in the back. She was always the shy one. But I put this up because my family were sharecroppers, and my grandfather would always, as he got older and got dementia, one of the few things he'd never forgot was how to grow food. And so in his older age, I, as a young boy, would be in the garden with him, and he would tell me stories of what it was like to be a sharecropper in Georgia, in the southern US. He would tell me these stories, and I'd always ask, you know, he would talk about how he cared for the land as if it were his own. And I remember asking him, but it's not your own. Why did you take so much time and care for the earth, right, when it wasn't even yours? And he said, he's in the kind of grandfatherly voice that like shakes the foundations of the earth, right? He says, Josh, you're so wrong, you're so right, you're wrong. I'm like, what? Okay, that's even more confusing. So right, I'm wrong. He says, yes, you're right. The land wasn't ours. The land wasn't mine, but the land is ours. It's yours, right? And he just had this ethic of an understanding of how caring for the land, even though it might not be yours, you might not own it, it is ours collectively. And so I just think, you know, today we gather at a pivotal moment in America's and in Africa's trajectory, where sorry, I'm just pulling up. Yeah. For hundreds of years, we've traded on the value wrought by the capitalization of nature without properly accounting for the depletion of her tangible and intangible operating assets. And so now, Mother Nature's tax man, as my grandfather used to say, has come a-knocking through climate change, right? To collect hundreds of years of, say, dumb tax. And so I just, we have to begin properly accounting for the value of nature on our balance sheets, as we've talked about today. Today, we gather at a pivotal moment in Africa's trajectory where the continent's extraordinary natural wealth meets an unprecedented, need for innovative financing mechanisms. And just yesterday, while we were touring a water bond site just east of here, we discussed the need to integrate investment across the green-gray continuum, from watershed to the sink. And these challenges demand revolutionary approaches that move beyond traditional development paradigms, traditional paradigms that I spent much of my career, early career, working on in the humanitarian aid sector and international relief and development. Today's panel showcases 4 transformative models demonstrating how public-private partnerships are bridging these gaps, from biotechnology commercialization in agriculture to conservation management spanning 20+ million acres. From marine conservation financing to climate infrastructure investment, these partnerships prove that innovative collaboration can unlock Africa's natural capital while delivering measurable returns. The future we're building together positions Africa not as a recipient of aid at all, but as a leader in nature positive finance, showing the world how to value, protect, and profit from our planet's most precious assets. And so I'll start by introducing our panel to you. We have, to my immediate left, we have Elena Benedetti. She serves as Head of Fundraising, Technology Transfer, and Innovation at the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, ICGEB, where she's been instrumental in forging innovative partnerships between scientific research and commercial applications. With her extensive background in circular economy and biotechnology development, Elena brings unique expertise in translating cutting-edge science into sustainable business models that benefit African communities. Welcome, Elena.
Thank you.
And then we have, next to her, we have Dr. Samantha Peterson of WWF South Africa. Sam serves as WWF's Southwest Indian Ocean Regional Seascape Leader, overseeing ocean conservation work across South Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, and Madagascar, with over 20 years of experience managing large teams and developing impactful strategies focused on ecosystem-based fisheries management, coastal community-led conservation, sustainable blue economy, and unlocking private sector finance for conservation at scale. You're starting to get the sense of how influential this panel is. Next to her, we have Steve. Steve Macharia serves as Principal of Investments at FSD Africa Investments, where he leverages over 15 years of principal investing experience to drive climate-aligned infrastructure financing across the continent. His expertise in venture capital, private equity, and impact investing makes him instrumental in bridging Africa's infrastructure funding gap through innovative finance mechanisms. And then, last but not least, we have at the end Matthias. Dr. Matthias brings exceptional expertise in forest ecology and landscape restoration and African Parks' innovative conservation model, which we'll hear more about later. With a PhD in forest ecology and extensive experience across Eastern and Southern Africa, he exemplifies the scientific rigor that underpins African Parks' pioneering public-private partnership approach to protected area management. So thanks for joining us. And we will start by hearing from Ms. Elena.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you to the ANCA team and the organizers for extending this invitation. We at ICGB are very proud to be here, very happy to be able to present. ICGB is an international organization, I would just say that, and our activities, our mission is to promote research and capacity building in biotechnology. Biotechnology is a very wide field, so I will not say anything more about the organization. But our working model, our main conviction is that scientific innovation needs to travel all the path from the laboratory to people who need it to be useful. Otherwise, if there is no impact, there is no reason to have any scientific innovation. This scientific journey includes laboratory discovery, it includes validation on the field, it includes scale-up, industrialization, commercialization, it includes a lot of steps. It's not really linear, and between these steps, between each of these steps, there can be a gap, or there actually is a gap usually, that risks to make our innovation fail and to stop our momentum. Our work across the world, but especially in Africa, has shown that if we manage to bridge these gaps, then we manage to bring the innovation to, we usually say bring the innovation to market. What does it mean bridging these gaps? We discovered that it requires multidisciplinarity, it requires a lot of competencies, it requires competencies that are not owned by only one group, only the researchers or only the industry or only the public sector. What is the challenge that we are facing? I'm talking about our specific projects now. We have around 600 million Africans that depend directly on agriculture, either employed on or subsistence agriculture, etc. The agricultural sector is also dependent strongly on chemical imports of fertilizers, pesticides. We all know that these chemical substances are, of course, dangerous for the environment. They deplete our soils, they pollute our waters, etc. But also, at the same time, they represent a cost and a point of fragility of a food chain that globally is not at all resilient. We've seen when we have some climate-related, let's say, occurrence. Also, some of these materials are not really accessible to smallholders in Africa, just because either they don't have the financial possibility to purchase them, or the value chain, the supply chain just doesn't get there. We have at the same time nature that provides a lot of potential solution in the form of microbes that are in the soil. So these are natural microbes. They can increase the capacity of a crop to grow. They can increase the nutrient uptake. They can increase the resistance to pest, to disease. So our question for us, let's say technical people, is how do we bring the microbes discovered in the lab to the farmers? We've designed the project that's called BINOC Africa, Bioinoculants for Food Security in Africa, exactly with this in mind. So bringing the microbes, which have been, let's say, discovered in the lab, validated in the lab, to the market, by doing a process of validation, adaptation to the local, of course, necessities and conditions, then involve with private partners for commercialization and production, and also then giving this material back to the communities that can adopt it and also benefit from it. But as I said, between every step there is a gap, and I work in technology transfer, so how we like to call it the valley of death of technology. But I will give some concrete examples of the valley of death of technology. In Kenya, we work with Twiga Chemicals. Twiga Chemical is a company that has been working for 75 years in fossil chemicals. So very traditional, but very well established. They want to move to biological alternatives for a number of reasons: regulatory cost, opportunity market, etc. What do they need? They need solutions that are validated for the agroecologies that they work in. So they need the scientific and technical expertise. On the other hand, what they have the market, they have the smallholder farmers, they train them already, they know them already, etc. We joined together to provide that first step that they don't have. Completely opposite example, Green Energy Power Enterprises in Zambia, a small startup. They have a killer product, not actually killer, but in the commercial sense of the word, which is a biostimulant. Incredible results. They are doing it in a super artisanal way. They don't have the finance to scale up. They don't really know how to do an SOP, a standard operating procedure for production, a real industrial scale up, nor do they know how to do the regulatory part. So we're providing that. Different example again, in Benin, we work with the University of Abomey-Calavi. Again, they have an incredible biofertilizer that was developed at the university level. So they really don't know how to translate this knowledge into industry speak, so to say. So they need that bridge. So in all these cases, the common denominator is that there is a gap, but the gap is always different. So we have to really address them one by one. And in BINOC Africa, we now have 16 projects that are running, and each of them we evaluate which step is missing. Why do we say that public-private partnerships are important? Because, okay, multidisciplinary, we can find multidisciplinary actors everywhere, but public-private partnerships are important because research is done a lot at the public level, but a researcher can get up to a certain point. It cannot scale up, it cannot commercialize, usually, let's say that. Of course, exceptions exist. Industries can uptake technologies, but it's rare that an industry, especially in the agricultural sector, which is a low margins sector, it will never be a high margin sector, that an industry will have the financial possibility to uptake an unproven technology and just validate it themselves. At the same time, we have donors, we have the public sector that can provide money, governments, etc. But if there is no alignment between the research part and the business part, that money that the public can provide is a high-risk grant. While if there is alignment, we work on risk reduction. There is also an innovation financing gap that we see a lot in ICGB. When a research is too advanced for a research grant, but too early stage for private capital investment. that is the gap where most of the technologies die, and there is really a lot that we see that are stuck in that limbo. That's why within BNOC we have built in the system the proof of concept grant, then followed by funding for pre-commercialization, scale up, the regulatory, even the marketing, the label, whatever. And also then comes the private industry and they uptake the product. So that is how we think we can reduce the fragility of the food system, because we know that, I mean, it's something that we have to do, right? There is no try, there's only do, as Yoda used to say. We have to do it. The only way to do it is be all together to align the aims, to align the goals, and take all the expertises of this chain and put them all together. And Africa is used, as many of you have said, is used to seeing its natural resources depleted and kind of siphoned away. But Africa has all the competencies. It has of course, the natural capital to own the whole biotechnology pipeline in agriculture and in other sectors, from research to market. So we are very convinced of that, and that's what we work towards.
Great. Thanks for that. So you mentioned that agriculture is a low-margin sector. How do you balance the need for affordable, accessible solutions for African farmers with the commercial viability required to attract continued private sector investment?
First of all, we work on a model, even at the research level. I was discussing with a colleague just yesterday. We try to work on like a proof of concept business model right at the beginning. Is there a market? Because we work in today's capitalism. So if then things changes and, I don't know, externalities will be paid by the one who causes them, etc., then we will all be much happier and maybe other models can arise. But today we work in the capitalistic model. So we have to come up with a unit economic that makes sense for the market, that it will be embedded into. So if we're talking biofertilizer for a smallholder farmer, certainly it has to be, pass me the term low-tech type of innovation that is affordable, that remains affordable. It is very important. We don't have a silver bullet, we don't have a magic wand, so we work with that. And then also with the risk, the initial financing aspect, because we finance with public grants, we finance the first pre-commercialization steps. At the same time, on the farmer side, we promote kind of incentive procurement base. So there is a formula to make the procurement at the beginning of the season linked to the yields at the end of the season. So in such a way that at least they don't risk their own the little amount of money that they have and the livelihood that they have. And then the other consideration is about the type of value capture in this type of market. It is a value capture that is beyond the sales, but it's very relationship-based. Therefore, the companies that work in this sector, the actors that work in this sector, they really create a relationship. And so there are multiple product layers. So you have the product itself, then you have the technical assistance, then you can do the training. So it builds up in time. It's certainly not a market to become rich very fast. And then we want to work with partners. We need partners on the financial side, not only for financing, of course that's very important, but also I'm thinking of financial literacy of the persons that we see on the other side, both relatively small companies, researchers, research institutions, etc. The financial literacy, when we start putting together a business model, it's really, really kind of low, because of course they deal with something else usually. And also on the government side, I would say it's very important to have support in regulatory paths that are affordable and let's say that they make sense. Of course, they protect everybody, but also they can be done in a decent amount of time. And one important thing is that the regulators need to know what they regulate, so they need to have some expertise in the topic. Of course, the topics that we see are many, and also the other much bigger issue of externalities, so that they should be on the shoulders of who causes them. But, yeah.
Great, thanks. Dr. Sam, Give us a sense of best practices, what public-private partnership looks like in the blue economy.
Great, thank you so much. And from my side too, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak at this event. And I was very grateful to Justin Smith before the break, shining a light on oceans, because I do think often oceans is a forgotten ecosystem in many of these conversations. So I do just want to just take one moment to think about the importance of the ocean for humanity's survival. And did you know that every second breath that you take is oxygen that has been derived from the ocean? So humanity's survival is inextricably linked with the health of our oceans, and particularly the role that the ocean plays in buffering climate. And so really, I cannot stress enough the importance of really thinking about ocean as a natural capital asset class. I also really want to stress that across the African continent, coastal communities really are the stewards of these environments. In many cases, governments don't have the capacity to manage the full extent of their coastal environments, and the very tightly reinforcing scenario between poverty, natural capital degradation, and climate, where poverty, of course, drives a lot of overexploitation of coastal ecosystems. You and I would do the same. If you need to fish the last fish to feed your child, you will do so. So the driver of poverty to overexploitation of coastal ecosystems, which is also ironic because, of course, it is central to the food security and livelihoods of those communities, which, of course, then reinforces poverty again. And so that vicious cycle really does require us to be thinking about how we drive sustainable development in some of the poorest parts of our continent. And we also know that SDG 14 is the least funded of the SDGs. And so we are really at an important crossroad where we need to think about how we can channel finances into the blue economy for the people and the places that need it the most. The program that I lead covers 5 countries where WWF has a permanent presence, as well as a number of other island states where we work with partners. And all 8 of those countries have identified the blue economy as the next economic frontier. And OECD has a forecast at the 5 years ago now that we will see the blue economy double in size by 2030. Well, this year we actually reached that milestone ahead of time. So really just illustrating how governments are thinking about in terms of economic development in our region. And so one of the things that we did was to then step back and say, well, where is this finance coming from? And how sustainable and inclusive is this economic development? And so we undertook some research. I have some copies of this if anyone is interested, where we had a look at the financial flows through the blue economy. And what was really, and this is across 5 countries in the Southwest Indian Ocean, and what was really interesting is that almost 80% of the finance was going into oil and gas and extractive industries. And with very little guardrails, policy guardrails to ensure sustainable development. Part of that analysis, we also looked at the top 20 investors in the blue economy in Africa, and looked at that against international best practice. And again, we found that not one of the financial institutions investing in the blue economy in Africa have sufficient ESG standards in place to protect the ocean and the communities that depend on the ocean. We also looked at financial regulation, and again, in terms of blue economy, financial regulation really fell critically short. So lots of room for improvement, and so we looked to the UN Finance Initiative for the gold standard in terms of the blue economy finance principles. And here's a big invitation and a challenge to the financial institutions in the room, because there's not a single African financial institution that has adopted those principles. And so here's an empty stage for a financial institution to really show leadership in this space. Lots of detailed, granular advice and support to support financial institutions. So maybe I'll just close with kind of coming back to that challenge of how we unlock finance for people in places that need it the most. And I think we heard a fair bit earlier around the challenges of pipeline. And particularly in the space of the blue economy, where so many of these businesses are small, they are risky, they are unknown to many financial institutions, and so I think that really does require us to be coming together to ensure the investment readiness of these smaller businesses, aggregating them into portfolios that can attract, the ticket size that's attractive to financial institutions, and then the de-risking, we spoke a bit about that earlier, but the importance of guarantee instruments in this space to really unlock finance flowing to coastal communities and to ocean ecosystems.
Great, yeah. So given that marine ecosystems face unique pressures, how have you tailored terrestrial conservation finance models to effectively address those specific challenges of marine conservation?
Yeah, thanks for that. I actually think some of the reason why blue economy is often, I meet with financial institutions all the time, and they say, well, we don't have any exposure in the blue space. And two things. One is that's not actually true. We've evaluated and found that 66% of listed companies, in fact, do have exposure. But the second is because we've separated blue economy from green economy. And I think we're needing to be having one conversation. These aren't actually two. And so I think by separating out the blue economy from the green economy, I think is one of the biggest stumbling blocks.
Great, thanks. Steve, give us a sense from FSD Africa's perspective of some PPP best practices.
Yeah, I mean, even before I go into PPP, I must say I feel a bit like an imposter on the panel. Everybody is sort of technically grounded in science, and all I have to offer is words of cash waving around. So it's
appreciate it.
But it's great to be. It's great to. I think it's always. I look at this. I think I was watching earlier online, and I think it's Dorothy who was talking about. It was Calvin who was talking about the fact that we look at demand and supply on either side. I think from a financial services player perspective, we're trying to solve for directionally for either of these sort of challenges. So even if it's natural capital related barriers or financial related barriers, it's great that we are on a panel and we can try and figure those out together. I mean, just going back to your question, maybe I can just try and set the scene. I don't know how many, I think people are quite familiar with Anchor and FSD Africa, maybe not so much FSD Africa Investments. And it's an example of a partnership. Internal it may be, but FSD Africa broadly, and we subsist within that as FSD Africa Investments, basically is working to make finance work for Africa's future. And one of the themes that we've chosen to focus on is nature, natural capital, green, and trying to affect the flows in that particular area. So I know the room has Anchor members. Dorothy is working on sort of the Nature Center of Excellence. Reshma, you heard from her earlier on the carbon side. And really, they are the closest to touching the government side in terms of policy, regulation, support, etc., and delivering that capacity development, then coming to work with the private sector, with financial services players, as you'd have heard in the morning. And then at the end of all that, there's always the question of pipeline generation, transactions, And there's only so much that you can do from, yes, you've worked the ecosystem, you've got the policies in place, you've worked with the private sector, and now you come to the question of can you have transactions in the market? And that's where FSD Africa Investment sort of comes in to complement all the work that's been done by all the other pillars within FSD Africa. So we manage about 300 million pounds. We are really looking to provide catalytic capital to sort of fill the gap of where sort of private capital would otherwise not go. And if we look at natural capital and all the concerns that we are talking about and the risks that are inherent within that value chain, then that's an area that we naturally can play into in terms of sort of bridging the gap. So when it comes to partnership, so having provided that background, I think the example that I can provide is we sort of co-created what we're calling a risk-sharing backstop facility with InfraCredit out of Nigeria. This is already a well-capitalized sort of guarantees provider in Nigeria. But when they looked at their book, they were doing sort of $50 million sort of energy transition opportunities, especially in Nigeria, $50 million and above transactions. But they were getting lots of sort of smaller transactions that they, owing to their setup, they could not do given their charter. And basically approached us to say, could we do something on a risk-sharing basis that would allow us to have a bit more of risk appetite to take on these transactions? I think the role of guarantees, and guarantees is just but a subset of the de-risking mechanisms that are out there. But what we're trying to do with the risk-sharing backstop facility is a couple of things. One is allow InfraCredit to be able to take on and underwrite those sort of smaller climate-aligned infrastructure projects that they would otherwise have said no to. I'll give you an example in Nigeria. It's quite maybe Nigeria specific, although till ESCOM fixed its issues, I would also say that it's a South Africa-related example. But in Nigeria, because of the power utility challenge, you would have private concerns that would be willing to sort of light up gated communities because the national utility cannot be relied upon. So you have this visibility of, let's say, 200 to 500 units that you can sort of provide solar to. You need a bit of financing. You're not yet big enough to go to the capital markets. And the banks are not necessarily financing you at an attractive interest rate or just plainly not financing you. So who do you go to do this? Yet, just a couple of months down the line, once you've got your solar panels in from China in this case, you have them up on the roof, you have basically solar as a service provision going on in this gated community, you will immediately have a revenue line that, so T plus 6 months, you can now go to the bank. But you couldn't have started because you didn't have the financing before, right? So what InfraCredit is trying to do is to provide guarantee sort of underwriting platform to banks, not necessarily to the solar entities. It's almost blind to the recipient. So they go to the bank. InfraCredit provides a back-to-back guarantee to that loan instrument. They get to access the loan instrument. And what we do from our side is we share the risk with InfraCredit as an implementer on an 80-20 basis, right? So we don't want an anti-selection. We want to use their underwriting, their credit underwriting skills. We want them to have a bit of skin in the game. So they take a bit of risk within that platform. They front up the risk on their side. So it will be 100% Naira. This is also, there's a foreign currency, local currency unlocking that we are also doing in this case. They take up the risk 100%. They cede 80% back to the risk-sharing backstop facility. This facility is intended to be about $50 million, probably can grow to be much higher. We've put in about 10 million pounds into the facility. And there's a bit of innovation going on at the facility level on sort of the capital stack and how we would like to attract other types of capital. But the main aspect that we were trying to solve for in this case was the fact that there's a ton of sort of domestic capital in Nigeria, sitting with the banks, with the asset managers, and then you have opportunities on the climate-aligned infrastructure side that are not being financed. So how do you bridge these two entities together? And that's what we've sort of done with this facility, and we hope to kick on and raise from a few more funders. We've just done our first sort of transaction, and that's what we wanted to do a couple of transactions, go for a roadshow with this in place, and hopefully in a few years' time, I'll just finish on this point, how we tie this back to, if I go back to FSD Africa's mission of making finance work for Africa's future, the answer in the future is not that we keep providing de-risking mechanisms. No, the answer is that we've provided demonstration capacity. At the end of this 5-year process of the facility, the banks are more comfortable with smaller transactions. The smaller transactions have probably proven themselves. Some of them are even going to the capital markets to do project development bonds for their next sort of housing opportunities and solar opportunities. So that's the intended downstream effect of this facility. But it all starts with a commitment and a willingness to take on risk at the first instance.
Yeah. Great. I don't know why you seem like an imposter, because you just answered the very question I was going to ask. So well done. Dr. Matias, tell us about African Parks PPP model.
Yeah, thanks. And also thanks to Anka for inviting us. I think it's really important that practitioners also remain part of the conversation. And just to illustrate the nice promo video that was shown, there's some Asian elephants in there. So you might want to clean that up before showing it to a wider audience. I think brings us to the point of keeping the conversation going, keeping these kinds of platforms going. And I fully resonate with Stephen. Maybe a suggestion for next summit is to have like some of those headphones that translate when he speaks that I can understand it, and vice versa when I speak that he can understand it. Could definitely also be a recommendation. But yeah, I think African Parks has pioneered the PPP model within the conservation sector. We started 2003. We had 2 PPP models or PPPs signed with the Zambian and the Malawian governments. They were the first, and we first went for Kafue National Park, one of the most famous national parks in Zambia. And Zambia came back and they were like, yeah, maybe let's start with something smaller first, and you can prove yourself, and we will take it from there. And now, actually 20 years later, we are managing three protected areas in Zambia alone, encompassing in total already in excess of 3 million hectares in Zambia alone. So I think it's one of the first key elements of the PPP is this trust and this proof of concept, having results on the ground. I think it's something that what I hear from the other panel discussions, from the speakers, that result is really important because that'll provide confidence to an investor. And so that's really where we try to get going. We try to not be in conference rooms all the time. We try to really go out there, do the work, and then obviously when you have something to showcase for, you come back and you try to share it. And that has resulted now after, let's say 20 years, those same 2 PPPs actually are still ongoing. That relationship is strong. And those same 2 parks are still being co-managed by government, by communities, and by African Parks. And we've actually expanded that with another 22 PPPs. So that is, of course, over 20 years. So it's not something that can be scaled quickly. I think that's another lesson that we learned. The moment you think you can double your impact every year, you're probably talking to a banker, and you're not talking to the practitioner on the ground. And you need to get really real. If you want to work with communities, if you want to work in underprivileged areas, it's going to be tough, it's going to be slow, results are going to be slow, and you need to be prepared for that, and your investment needs to be, or your investor needs to be ready to accept that. So I think from a PPP model perspective, what is really cardinal in our PPP model is this government relationship. It's government eventually that comes and signs an agreement. They have the terms, the conditions, they set the frameworks, they set the evaluation criteria, audits, etc. And so they basically decide on the tone. But on the other hand, we also come in and we want to take full responsibility of those same actions on the ground and the results on the ground. We want to make sure that we are accountable for that and that we can actually deliver. So that's I think a very important element of at least the conservation PPP model that we try and pilot, and that we're now also trying to upscale across the sector. And I think where that then links to the finance is where African Parks generally has a blended finance approach. So we come in with a very diversified portfolio of financiers. We've got generally in a few of our government PPPs, we've got government contributions directly. We've got philanthropy, which is definitely a very important part. Talking about de-risking, I think there's a lot that can be said there and that can be explored there. There's obviously the ODA funding, although that's a bit volatile in recent years. And then there's also the revenue generation of the park itself and of the protected area itself. And that's where I think we have a lot of gain there to be made still. And we don't necessarily engage in a PPP because we see a certain ecotourism product, or we see a certain carbon project that can really materialize and produce a lot of revenue. We generally come in with a more genuine needs assessment, due diligence, and say, okay, well, what's our added value to come in? And only after that we start to develop that revenue model where any revenues that's being produced by the protected area actually gets reinvested in the protected area, and that the donor contribution actually is only complementing and not substituting that revenue flow. And I think that's where we slowly making headway with, obviously with things like ecotourism in some regions, but also with payments for ecosystem services in other regions, where we have few trials with carbon projects and carbon credits which are going well. We're also looking now into the nature credit space and see how can those more difficult in terms of accessibility, in terms of infrastructure, those more difficult remote areas, how can they also benefit from these types of finances, so that we can build a local economy, a local green economy, conservation-led economy at the landscape level. And you obviously often have a direct impact from the PPP model because you start employing communities, there's job creation, that's a direct effect, but also the indirect effect of those salaries that are being reinvested in the local economy. So that is definitely a very good engine of green conservation-led economy. But then often that stabilizes quite quickly, and it's not our aim to keep increasing the number of jobs or people that work for the protected areas. So we need then to go further and say, how can we now further scale that impact for those local communities, so that nature really becomes like a land use choice. And that's where I feel like we're still very much in these boardroom discussions where when we go out in the field and we've got this hectare of beautiful tropical pristine forest, still on a daily basis we fail to translate that, and the result is a slash and burn agriculture with maize crops that might or might not be raided by elephants. And that's something that strikes me, that we still haven't found the solution to that. So yeah, I think that's where I want to leave it, but I think it's really crucial that we get that equation right.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned the blended finance model. We've heard blended finance, the need for blended finance for most of the morning. Can you give a specific example of how this blended finance model has transformed a struggling protected area into something that's financially sustainable?
Yeah, maybe a good example is in Central African Republic. I don't know, is there anyone from Central African Republic in the room? No. Okay. Well, it's an area in the east of Central African Republic called Chinko Conservation Area. We signed a PPP model with the government in 2016, at the time when the Lord Resistance Army was very active there. Lots of insecurity, instability. So our first objective, our first mission was actually to bring back security, to bring back stability. Was very important that we had relatively unrestricted funding from philanthropy, from official development assistance that understood the value of, in this case, the stability and the security context for the wider region and for the economy in the wider region, the communities in the wider region. But then once that was brought, we needed to now be proactive and look into the future. It's now not opportune to keep pointing back or going back to the official development assistance and say, okay, well, we need to sustain our efforts here, so we need to come, you need to come across with another grant or whatever model it is. So what we developed there was a carbon credit project, and what was considered as within our portfolio, let's say, of 24 protected areas across 13 countries, what was considered as the one protected area where we had the least potential to start generating revenue, because again the environment was not there. Actually, we were able to transform that through a carbon credit project into one of the projects that is on the financial side, one of the most self-sustaining. So it's generating significant revenue that is directly reinvested into the management of the protected area, which generates the credits, of course. But then, more importantly, what it created was also an atmosphere of communities and especially also government, who for the first time ever, at least in that region, for the first time ever saw direct revenue and cash flow and benefits from that protected area and from setting aside nature, and that mindset change was enormous. And now people in the region, government, they're asking us to replicate this elsewhere, where nature can actually become the land use choice, the choice of land use above other let's say land use systems which used to generate money in the past, but maybe with more insecurity because of climate change and the impact it can have for a drought on the crops or an elephant on the crops, and so a mine and then the rebel area or rebels or insecurity. So for the first time, nature has actually now become a land use choice there, which allowed replication, or can allow replication actually at a wider scale.
Great. Well, we have a few questions. A few minutes for questions. If anyone has any for the panel, we have a question here.
On? Okay, sorry about that. The gentleman who talks about finance would like to talk more. Please, can you please elaborate what some of the portfolios that you have from the financing perspective of projects? Yourself, yes.
So not all of them would be relevant to nature. So maybe let me highlight one illustrative transaction that we have done in Sierra Leone, where we've actually provided what we'd call we're testing an instrument on the sort of pre-financing of carbon credits in Sierra Leone in support of the protection of mangroves in that sort of area of the world. So in that particular case, we've taken a highly sort of risky position. In some cases, I think we've just I understand that we just recently signed the agreement with the Sierra Leonean government on the benefit sharing side. So we already made a commitment even as we are doing this type of work. We've provided some technical assistance towards the development of that benefit sharing agreement, again, pulling from our FSD Africa side that has more of programming, grant funding type of capital, because we're providing out and out investment capital that expects a return. But that in that particular transaction, as an example, there's so many parts that you sort of have to prop up for a transaction to work. And that's why we were saying in many cases, it takes a blended approach, because who's going to, no out and out investor is coming to support you to go through the motions of educating the community and actually crafting this agreement. That's really programming, grant type of funding that needs to be augmented into that. That's an example from a natural capital perspective. We've done lots of other transactions. We have a portfolio of about 140 million pounds at the moment, all touching on financial services. So going back to the areas that we used to focus on previously, but all of them focused on building markets, right? If I give you an example on issuance of local currency bonds as a failed market in the past, where we've invested in an entity called Africa Local Currency Bond Fund that provides underwriting for issuers who are willing to issue in local currency. The market that you're trying to fix in that particular situation is the fact that there's tons of local capital. Why should an issuer in Kenya, I think Sam mentioned Twiga, no, it's Elena who mentioned Twiga Chemicals, that's been there for 75 years, operating in local currency. They want to tap the capital markets. Why should they do it in US dollars, right? And if they do it in local currency, why should they pay a premium or not actually attract investors? Because it's apparently perceived as being risky, right? So I think the work that FSD Africa and FSDI is doing on a broad basis is really looking keenly at broken markets and saying, is it really that risky, or is it a perception of risk? And so if you go in, underwrite, have a pool of data that you can work on. I think we've been in that investment for now 8 to 10 years. There have been no defaults in that underwriting process. More investors are coming through, but really that market is quote unquote sort of fixed, because there is no default. You can actually now, as a local issuer, go to market. And that's what we're trying to do with that mangrove sort of pre-financing example. What we're trying to do with the risk-sharing backstop facility is just to prove out models, and then hopefully the market can run on its own after that.
Great, we have time for one more question, if there is one. I can't see you. Oh, there's one. We'll go here first. Well, it's the only one question we have for the time. Can we get a microphone? Oh, you have it. Okay, sorry. I didn't see you back there. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair. Very insightful session. It's actually not a question, it's more information sharing from the South African experience, specifically linked to the biodiversity economy that you've heard about this morning. And that alone is an aggregate economy which has a few subsectors. And what we've learned in the financing of emerging economies is that it's not a one-size-fits-all. And even to the extent where when you're developing or coming up with a blended finance model. Because in the case for the biotrade, bioprospecting economy, we needed to understand who the role players are in that sector. How are we viewing this? Is it entrepreneurship development? Is it innovation and commercialization? Is it conservation and sustainable use? So there were many work areas in motion, parallel to each other. So on that point, before I could proceed, I also want to emphasize that when we look at private-public partnership, the public sector actually has a very big role to play. Not only from setting up the policy and the laws and supporting you to comply with it, the public sector is also a support network, or within that network, support organizations. What I'm saying is, in that leg, is there's a lot of grant finance to tap into. And some of the enterprises also provide reduced interest rates for debt finance. And I mean, drawing from those different points, we conceptualized a blended finance mechanism, right, based on the network and their offerings, understanding the role players, as well as understanding the value chain and the market. And the blended finance model that we developed was two-pronged. One that pooled all the grant finance to be able to move from ideation to, what can I say, ideation to emerging, phased, whether it's project or ventures or business. And that state of readiness is to an extent where you could shift into scaling and sustainability. And then at that point, through private-public partnerships, for an example, our SOEs who provide debt finance solutions, as well as the finance sector, South Africa, those kind of partnerships kick in by providing debt finance support to that scalability and sustainability phase. So it's two-pronged, it's framed simply, but some of the benefits include, aside from the financing benefit, we got to do many things in these value chains. We got to drive innovation, we got to drive inclusivity, that's by involving grassroots innovators. We also got to drive conservation and sustainable use, because that grant phase put in motion conservation and sustainable use support. And it wasn't an afterthought. So that was how we tackled the sustainability side of things. So two-pronged.
Can I just stop you? Can I just stop you there? We are fully out of time. If anyone wants to hear more about the project, please find her in one of the breaks. But I appreciate it, and I want to say on behalf of Anka, thank you all to the panel for sharing your case studies. Can I get a round of applause for the panel, please? Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
If you have more questions for the panel, please just find them somewhere in a hallway over the next day or two. I think they'd be more than happy to fill in more details and answer some of your questions. So I would like to try and transition into something completely different. You'll notice on your agenda, this is the Public-Private Partnership Hackathon session. Can I get a show of hands of everyone who wants to participate or had planned to participate in the hackathon? Show of hands. Yeah, okay, great. There were a lot more people that signed up and said they wanted to participate. So today we have the Public-Private Partnership Hackathon. Tomorrow will be the Bioeconomy Hackathon. So just keeping that straight, today is Public-Private Partnership. So I think if you'll bear with us, we're going to try and work through the process and outline it for you, and then we'll press go, and we'll be walking around to provide support, okay? It's not at all like any kind of hackathon you've probably ever participated in. Hackathons tend to take place over the course of multiple days. We have officially now we have an hour and a half. I have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. So we're not hacking anything in an hour and a half, but I do want to just take a minute to say, we heard from Mr. Kearney earlier from Forever Wild about the need to bring investors and project developers closer together, right? Both in terms of their requirements of one another and their perspectives of one another, and perspectives of projects and what's investable, what's financeable, and in terms of the language that they use to talk to each other. I know in a lot of the conversations that I've had within Anka, and around the Commercial Opportunities Working Group, which I hope you'll hear more about later this week, that there is a real need to sort of translate. I think even, was it Matthias mentioned this need to help translate between investors and project developers more effectively to help make that matchmaking a bit better. And so the goal for this hackathon session is really just for it to be more of a collaborative, supportive, educational kind of exercise. And so to that end, actually before we do that, just to loosen everybody up and make it a little bit less me talking at you, take 30 seconds, all right, and find someone from a different sector and share your boldest idea for African conservation. 30 seconds. I know it won't be 30 seconds, it'll be a minute and a half, but 30 seconds, all right? Ready? Go. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I heard some good ideas flying out there. I hope some of those ideas make it into the pitches later on in the session. Can I get everybody's attention? This is the danger of letting people talk. You never get them back. I need a bell. All right. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention at the front? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I know you hear me. I know you hear me because some of you are looking at me. Some of you are not. It's like being back in a lecture hall. It really is. Everyone, I need your attention, otherwise we're going to run out of time, guys. My man, I appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes, round of applause. The man without the microphone. Right, good. Thank you. All right, so very, very, very quickly, okay, we have an hour and a half tops to do this, and that includes time for your pitches, all right? So we're gonna move very quickly, all right? So as I mentioned, the idea earlier is that this is a collaborative learning exercise, okay? So you're going to have, based on the number of groups that I think we have, you're gonna get about 30 to 45 minutes, okay, to group with your project teams, okay, and work through developing and fine-tuning your pitch. Now, you'll do that with the support of the judge/coaches. Can I get the judges and coaches and introduce you? I want everyone to know who's going to be circulating around. Come on, Mike. Daniel. This is you. Where are you? Simone, there you are. And one more, there you are. Yeah, come on up. So this won't be a sort of, you know, high stakes, high pressure, Dragon's Den, Shark Tank kind of experience, okay? No money's on the line, okay? So just relax, all right? But these will be your judges and your coaches for this next session, and mostly for the session tomorrow, okay? We've purposely selected people from financial institutions who will bring that perspective to you and be able to provide input, insight, feedback, be able to answer questions you might have that are specific questions to your project as you work through developing the idea, okay? So let me just briefly introduce these judges. We have Simone Smit on the end. She's Director of Africa at the Earthshot Prize. Leveraging her deep expertise in innovation for sustainable development, climate entrepreneurship, and ecosystem partnership building. Her strong regional leadership and connections ensure that both judging and coaching responsibilities today are guided by best practices in innovation, inclusivity, and long-term ecosystem strengthening for Africa's bioeconomy and public-private partnerships. Her areas of expertise include climate change, food systems, blue economy, and the circular economy. Okay, so keep that in mind with Simone as she's circulating around. Next to her, we have Daniel Justa. Did I get that right? Yes. Principal of Sustainable Finance Solutions at Nedbank. He'll serve as both a judge and coach, and leveraging over 15 years of investment banking experience with a focus on mergers and acquisitions, equity capital markets, and sustainability advisory. Daniel's diverse experience equips him really well to empower you all as you're working through your projects with advanced financial strategies and practical market-oriented advice, thus ensuring robust, scalable, and inclusive innovation outcomes for all participating teams, okay? So keep that in mind with Daniel. Next to Daniel, we have Mike. Mike Musgrave, CEO of Newt Capital, drawing on more than 25 years of experience in biodiversity conservation, sustainable finance, natural capital assessment. Mike's role will leverage his unique expertise in integrating business, ecology, and impact investing for these African landscapes. Mike's broad academic consulting and investment leadership ensures that his judging and coaching maximize measurable positive outcomes for nature, communities, and private investors, forging high-integrity finance pathways for these partnerships. All right, that's Mike. All right, and then we have Sonia Wakesho, ESG specialist for ICEA Lion. With extensive experience in ESG integration, sustainable finance, environmental risk management, and corporate sustainability across Africa's financial sector, she brings frontline experience in translating environmental and social governance frameworks into actionable business and investment strategies. So her broad governance background and practical ESG experience position her to guide you all, your teams, toward delivering credible, market-ready solutions that align with global sustainability goals. Okay? So that's Sonia. All right? So these are your judge coaches. So you'll be working in your groups to fine-tune your project ideas. I have Post-its and markers if you need them. But in a moment, I'm going to say go, and you'll form up your teams, and we'll make sure that we get around to everyone to make sure that we are ready to give your pitches. At the end of the 30 to 45-minute period, we'll keep you posted on how time is going. Then you'll have, keep in mind, for your pitches to the judging panel, you'll have about 3 minutes each, okay? Very quick, very dirty, all right? And you'll be scored on this scorecard, okay? It's very basic on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 simply means it needs a rethink. It doesn't mean it's terrible, okay? So relax. It just means you need to rethink some aspects, okay? 3, somewhere in the middle, is great. It's almost there. Okay, you're almost there. 5 means just take my money, okay? All right, that's the one we want, right? All right, and you'll be judged across 5 criteria, okay? I'm gonna read them out to you. 1 is innovation and practicality, so novelty and realistic implementation approach. That's the first one. Feasibility and financial viability, okay? Clear business model and actionable funding strategy, okay? Number 3, impact potential and sustainability, so long-term environmental and social benefits. Number 4 is partnership structure and inclusivity, so diversity and strength of cross-sectoral collaboration. We've heard a lot about that today already. And number 5, technical feasibility and scalability, so readiness and capacity to scale. Okay? I have more scorecards if you want them as a reference, okay? But after you've given your pitches, there'll be an opportunity for a little bit of Q&A and back and forth and given some verbal feedback from the judging panel. Then they will write down their scores and they will hand them to you and you alone. Okay? So again, no pressure. We're not putting it up on the board to say, oh, look, they really, okay? It's all good, all right? And then we have 3 awards that we will award, time permitting. What we may do is just put them up on the board during the transition sessions, okay? But I will, I'll fill you in on what those awards are after the fact. Don't worry about the awards, okay? Just focus on fine-tuning your project idea with the support of the coaches, okay? They're gonna circulate, but feel free to come up and ask them specific questions, okay? It's now 3:38, we'll call it 3:40, okay? So you have, we'll give you 45 minutes. The next 45 minutes, group with your teams, okay? Fine-tune your project ideas. If you want to bow out and you don't feel ready, that is perfectly fine, okay? But we really want to hear your ideas, okay? And we really want to support you with this massive expertise up here, okay? It's a golden opportunity for you to learn and for you to share and for you to get feedback on these ideas before you go in front of a real Shark Tank, okay? So take advantage of it. All right, guys? All good? All right. Ready, set, go. Am I on? Am I on? I'm on now? Okay. So we had a very good question that I need to clarify for everyone, okay? If you if you had planned to participate in the bioeconomy hackathon tomorrow, you do not need to participate in today's hackathon. Okay? Just want to make that clear. If you don't, yeah. So this particular hackathon is around designing effective public-private partnerships. So it's specific to public-private partnership projects. Tomorrow is around the bioeconomy. Now, I understand that will probably require a PPP element to it, but it's specific to the bioeconomy tomorrow. Okay? If your team hasn't come with a project to pitch, can you raise your hand? Because I can put you in groups to work together to develop a new pitch. Yeah, we have one here. Why don't you come up to the front for me, okay? If you didn't come with a project to pitch, that's totally fine. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
outside as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for just a few seconds. At 5 o'clock, we will be having a cocktail evening reception at Sherwood. And the Sherwood is, if you go into the main entrance of the hotel, the staff will be there to escort you to where we will seal our evening. Thank you so much. As you're hacking, please keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, everybody. I've seen some really good conversations going on between groups and coaches. Let's take the next 5 or so minutes and try and finalize a quick pitch. Okay? About 5 or so minutes. Okay? And then we'll get the judges up and we'll get going on pitches. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could get the judges to come back up and have a seat, we will be ready for our first pitch. Judges, bring a pen or pencil with you for the scoring. Mike and Daniel, do you have something you'd like to share with the rest of the class? Sonja. All right. Who is ready to give it a go? How did I know no one would answer that question? All right. The group in the back is making eye contact like they're ready. Let's go. Yeah, come on. You got it. No pressure. All right. Try to keep it to 3 minutes. I know that's a very short period of time, okay? But keep it to 3 minutes. I'll give you the microphone. All right, and then we'll have time for the judges' feedback, and we'll move on to the next one, okay? Great. Be sure to introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Susan DeWitt, PhD candidate, University of Stellenbosch.
Hi guys, I'm Ben Palmer, and I work with Earthshot Labs.
My name is Sophie Dirou. I work for the Wildlife Conservation Society in Kigali.
Hi, I'm Jeremy van der Ries. I'm a master's student at Stellenbosch and a researcher with Life Through Wildlife.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you about our service, and the inspiration for this was a tool that Ben has been developing. So we've designed a nature-based carbon credit market scoping service. So take that in. So they are, and specifically focused on forested African countries. So looking at AR solutions. That the service comprises a technological solution or tool that basically evaluates the ecological, regulatory, and community framework of each of the countries to understand the potential for carbon projects across the country and across the continent. So this is scalable to multiple countries, and particularly relevant for countries with very low public sector capacity. So you might, and this kind of service is going to be provided by the private sector. How's it going to be paid for? So it's going to be, ultimately it's going to be paid for by a levy on carbon projects. So say a 0.1% of levy is going to be placed on every carbon project. That's going to go into a fund. But that might be 5 years in the future. And so in the interim, there's going to be, we're going to develop a blended product, a capital stack, that's going to comprise probably some government funding, but minimal, some ODA, donor funding, potentially some put capital at risk, so equity funding from maybe project development companies, or even some low-cost loans from DFIs, where essentially they're putting their money in at risk, and ultimately they'll be paid out with a return on their investment from that levy. So it's basically a kind of an outcomes-based funding arrangement within that stack. So you start off with a scoping service, and then depending on the success of that scoping service or the potential in the country, we're going to look at expanding that to some elements of procurement support. So similar to maybe the kind of the independent power producers, renewable energy procurement systems, where essentially there's kind of an organizing element to the market. So you're vetting developers and investors that are coming into the market, and you are building a procurement system that ensures kind of highest governance, transparency, and product standards within the market. And ultimately, that would also be paid for out of this fund.
30 seconds.
Done. Yeah.
Done.
Well, there is another phase in project development.
Okay.
So you could build a sidecar as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Let's give them a round of applause. First team to go is always the toughest one. Huge bravery and courage. Really appreciate that. Let's hear some feedback, if you have it, from the judges panel. You are absolutely allowed to ask follow-up questions.
So we have designed a proprietary tech which, using geospatial analysis, and I'm not a scientist or a tech person, but deep layers of data which get put into this system to understand the regulatory environment, as well as be able to scope the carbon potential and potential accounting of certain land and parcels. You basically are able to go from looking at 300 projects to finding that down to 20 or 10 or whatever's needed, so that you can create an underwriting package to suddenly present that to investors and enabling that flow of what we're speaking about today from capital into nature. Yeah.
And the mapping that you're going to do up front, are you envisioning that's supported through development funds? Just checking.
That funds, the blended fund that I described, that's going to pay for it. Yeah.
Who's going to pay for it? I don't know.
Thanks. I'll just keep it quick. I scored your technical feasibility and scalability as a 5, which is take my money. I think it's a tool that's a no-brainer when it comes to that in terms of scalability. And I think that's really important for a business that's going to be viable and generate returns that are of interest and scale big enough to attract investment. So it's not only just the technical part of it that's great, but that feeds into the financial scalability. So the ability to scale, we've seen that from a lot of speakers earlier. Ability to scale is problematic in the carbon space and the nature space in general. So if you've got that, I think you've got something really powerful there. The lowest score I gave you was for the kind of the financial model that you've rolled out here. I think you're kind of almost there. You weren't quite getting it when we were talking. Still don't think you quite got it, but you're sort of getting there in terms of how this would be financed, what kind of financing, how the structure of the financing would look. And then all the other criteria seem to be around about a 3, I think, which is like almost there. So really good, thanks.
Wonderful. Another round of applause, everybody. Thank you. We'll collect the scorecards and we'll hand them to you. Okay? All right, who's up next? Let's make this, we got to move quicker. Yeah, go for it. Love it. I love the willingness. Great. All right, remember 3 minutes? It's going to feel like 1 minute. All right, there you go. Take it away, guys. Be sure to introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Sally Grierson from Tanzania and Conservation Through Tourism.
Ndodan Hadebe from Western Cape.
Oliver Fortune Chikuzore from Cape Town.
Sumaya Mohammed from WWF Kenya.
So the problem is human-elephant conflict, which is a problem throughout Africa, and the solution that we've come up with is thermal drone technology. So flying drones at night to herd elephants back to parks or safe areas. It's very practical and working well because we're getting safety of humans, protection of crops, and also elephants aren't dying or being killed or poisoned. In terms of feasibility, it's a live program that's operating in 2 areas, and there's a rapid response unit, a vehicle, 2 drones, and a little control center for tech, solar and charging. We will get you to do the financial part, but obviously the impact potential is that we are protecting elephants by keeping them safe. There's a lot of job creation in terms of sustainable farming, and there's community engagement by setting up tourism products, because by protecting the farms, they're getting crops that are being, they actually are, I'm getting like nervous now. Okay, take it away now.
Sure. We're looking for $2 million US, and the return for you will be about 12 million, looking at that. Reason being, because we're going to have a tourism component where we'll build something for tourism. People can come learn from that. And also people will come into there to train how to use drones from anywhere in the world, because we're going to then, as a component, and then we do the agricultural part. So that's what we're looking for, that money. And any questions, you go to...
Just to finish our last 30 seconds, we'll also add the training and research development aspect to it, as well as ecotourism as well. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Round of applause, everybody. I will point out, too, this was an ad hoc group. Okay, they just formed themselves and made this happen. Hats off, for real. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Judges, ladies, gentlemen. Yep.
I've just got one question. I thought it was a really good idea, and I think I scored quite highly on a lot of the metrics, maybe just around the financials. I just want to understand the revenue model a little bit. If you can maybe just talk us through that in kind of 10 or 15 seconds. Thanks.
So in terms of the revenue model, we will raise blended finance. So initially we'll raise grant funding, as well as loan. So we'll be getting money through the ecotourism aspect, research and development as well, and of course through farming, through the farmers who support the farmers. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Oh, one more. Last one. Yep.
I forgot.
No, so I was just wondering on scalability, can it be replicated the same for other wildlife? And what are the plans like?
Sorry, come again in a question?
Sorry.
Yes, it does do other wildlife. It can also do hyenas and buffalo in testing so far, but elephants tend to be the biggest issue because they are just bigger.
And then we're also looking, there are around 700 in that area, 700 elephants.
Excellent. Great. $2 million, anybody? Anybody going once? I'm kidding. A round of applause for this team again, ad hoc. They pulled it together. Very good job. All right. Who is up next? I'm looking at the team that had a slide or two. She's trying not to make eye contact. Oh, we have another group. We have a group. You're off the hook. All right. 3 minutes, okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Lucia. I'm with the team of ladies, so it's the winning team already. So yeah, no, we'll be pitching the project. It's an ecotourism project that is community owned. So what we are trying to do as government, we have developed a number of policies to try and transform the sector. So this is one of our initiatives in transforming the biodiversity and ecotourism sector. So what do we have? So we have, as government, we have constructed ecotourism facility, which is about 6 hectares. We have 6 chalets, and we also have a conference and a wedding venue. So yeah, it's fully finished in terms of the chalets. The location of this ecotourism facility is very close to the Kruger National Park in Limpopo Province. As I've mentioned, it's the communal land. We are selling the culture of Tsonga people and also the Venda people. So we are bringing a lot of South African culture and even the African cuisine. We had, through the GEF project, we have received some funds through GEF 7 project. What did we do with those funds? We are in the process of expanding to contribute to the GBF. So this is one of the projects that will be assisting us towards the 30 by 30 target. And so that is underway in terms of potential stewardship side. It's about 1,000 hectares of land. And also South Africa is one of those countries where there's the job opportunities are very low. So as part of ecotourism, as we've seen from the presentation earlier, that tourism plays a major role in terms of GDP. So this is one of those projects that will assist in terms of youth employment and also benefiting the communities that resides along the Kruger National Park. Also in terms of transformation, because our sector has previously not been transformed, especially when it comes to conservation. So it's part of transformation. We as government has assisted this community. Yeah. What do we have? We have a potential operator, because the government has only constructed the facility, but it's not operational because we are still looking for investors. So we are looking for someone who will partner with us and this potential operator, which is bringing the skills, because the community does not have skills. Through GEF 7, we have are in the process of developing a business plan and the operational plan, and also to formalize the community trust. There's a trust underway that we have. We used to have a co-op, but to access funding, we are in the process of establishing the trust. So what are we selling in addition to what I've mentioned in terms of the chalets, the accommodation, which is close proximity to the Kruger National Park, and also the affordability, because we know the rates inside the park are very high, so we are bringing cheaper rates, affordable accommodation, close proximity, and we are collaborating with SANParks. A number of municipalities are also keen to assist us, and also the NGOs, K2C, they're playing a big role in terms of stewardship. So yeah. What do we need then from the investors? As I mentioned, we don't have the operational funding for our facility, and we are afraid that it will dilapidate. So we are looking for 10 million as a startup funding. We already have the operator, so we have someone with potential who's ready to help in terms of the necessary skills. And also training, because we want the communities to be the ones assisting and actually employed, not like everyone, but maybe 60% of people who will be working in this lodge should be members of the community. And also the infrastructure, because it's been there since 2019, not operating, so there will be a need for refurbishment of some of the chalets, and also we are bringing also green infrastructure, like our renewable energy, and we'll be using gas for cooking and so forth. And also in terms of marketing, we need money for that, to have our website and. What else my team will add, but yeah, that's it. For
Well done. Thank you, everybody. Round of applause to the ladies winning team. All right, any feedback from the judges? Yes.
Do you think you're able to compete with a community-owned lodge, given that you're in an area of quite high tourism activity?
Yes. Yes, we will, because we are bringing reasonable fees, like reasonable fare. We know that Kruger is very expensive, so since we are very close to the buffer of Kruger, we'll be able to compete with the right expertise, of course, and the good marketing, and yeah.
So it's still in line with that. Don't you think you'll get a lot of resistance from the existing the existing establishments which are there, which may sort of say like you want to cheapenize the place or something like that?
I think one of the key things that we want to build on is looking at strengthening the local community. So that's one of the key selling points. It's about strengthening the community, also supporting young people. We know that in many of our rural areas, there's a high level of unemployment. So it's not in the sense of competing and to try and cheapenize it, if I can use that word, but it's really about strengthening capacity and also supporting livelihoods in the broader sense. So it's not just supporting biodiversity, but it's also supporting local livelihoods. So that's the angling. Thanks.
Great. Excellent answer. Thank you, everyone. Round of applause. One more round of applause for this team. Let's get looking at you. You ready? All right. AV, we've got the slides ready for this crew. Yep. Okay. Thanks. I'll grab that one. But yeah.
Perfect. And the clock starts. Down to the side. Okay, let's do that. Oh, I need to pass this to you at some point.
Ready when you are. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Chied Zahiri from Ubuntu Alliance, and this is Alex Machado from AM Machado, and we are pitching regenerative roads. So, most of you, you're driving down the highway, you know the feeling, you hit it and you're like, there goes my ball joint, there goes my drive shaft. You just hit a pothole, and regrettably, that is the reality of most of us across the continent. We lose in Zimbabwe close to 50% of our fresh produce in transit due to terrible roads. And the problem is not just limited to our country. So the challenge is, how do we get more money into the hands of local municipalities to address a key infrastructure gap? Solution?
Hey guys. So part of the solution that we looked at here for financing was climate finance, carbon financing, and carbon revenue. Therefore, blended financing mechanisms, which can be done through financing the road via private companies that are interested in offsetting their carbon footprint, as well as funding within the government and local municipalities that are already there.
So leveraging off of new technologies, biobinders can permanently store carbon in the roads as well as avoid carbon emissions. We have found a technology that is born in Norway but can be adapted in Zimbabwe and across the continent that can leverage mechanisms such as carbon credits from emission storage, which are high quality carbon credits. The current market value is about $100 to $150 per ton of CO2, and also reduce avoid carbon emissions from the business as usual scenario. Challenge though, how do you get people to go from business as usual to adopting low carbon, nature positive roads?
So our roads do not have a green premium. In fact, it's actually cheaper to build and it's a more superior product as well. This is all for the sub-base underneath of a road. So basically we cannot replace asphalt yet, but I know that these guys are working on that as well. When you look at the ability to actually teach local contractors of how to do it, it's very simple. It's the same, it's actually easier than the traditional method of building a road. So when they do it traditionally, you're looking at least 2 sub-bases that are dug out, then you bring in imported materials and you stabilize those, and then you put the paving over. So instead of doing that, we use a special reclaimer or carbon crusher, and we actually recycle 100% of in-situ materials. So whether it's an existing road or it's a brand new road, it's still a solution. And then for scalability, as many machines as required to build as many roads. It's quite simple. And obviously, teaching people how to use this is quite easy just because we already know you guys look in South Africa, you look in Zimbabwe, Kenya. We already build roads a traditional method. It's all about using the same equipment and converting it into doing this method with their technology.
And the exciting thing is we now need to bridge the partnerships. We are going to need to we are going to need to invest in digital monitoring, reporting, and verification, and the tools and the solutions are there. In creating that, we are going to be creating new green jobs. We are going to be helping our government with their road infrastructure inventory. Our last national road inventory was done in 2019. Imagine your road inventory paying for itself and close the greenhouse gas accounting gap to our national greenhouse gas accounting and go from this image before refurbishment, that was our roads are looking a little bit more colorful than that, to a beautifully paved, pothole-free, stress-free road. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Any questions, feedback? Yeah.
Thank you. Well done. What is government's role in financing these roads?
So we do have some public infrastructure, but we know that it's never enough. And this is where we're looking at leveraging the resources that government does have and optimizing it by bringing in private capital to de-risk adopting newer technology. And if a road costs $1.7 million to build, and you can halve that, then for every $1 million, you're doubling your road repaving capacity.
Thank you.
So I was going to double click on that. So that is the only revenue then that you get, right, is the carbon, and there would be state support, but only upfront. So it's only their resources funding the construction, is that right?
So we're now looking at leveraging the carbon financing, and for certain high traffic roads, leveraging, looking at the possibility of toll roads if we bring in climate investors, and then for rural roads, engaging with local private sector companies such as your mining companies to then assist in closing the funding gap within the rural district councils and local municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. One more round of applause for this team. Sorry, Monique. Who has yet to go and still wants to go? Anybody? Who wants to go after them? That's a valid question. Yeah, that's actually a good one to end on if we're happy. Yeah? Yeah. I'm looking at you, team. You want to give it a go? Yeah? Could be very quick. No pressure. All right. One more round of applause for this last team. Sorry. All right.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Good afternoon, my name is Wanda. Good afternoon, my name is Ama Kuma.
Afternoon, my name is Mtobeli Guma. It's very touching to be standing in front of you, given the proximity of the knowledge systems that we have gathered today. More importantly, our presentation looks at the professionalization of indigenous healers or indigenous knowledge systems to become productive, material, wealth achievers. Briefly, given the indigenous knowledge systems in our societies, we have what we refer to as remedies that are built out of that. And to move to a level whereby we are going to produce the remedies at a professional level to turn our knowledge into material wealth. By that I mean that all the knowledge that we have gathered during our childhood in societies, in various societies in Africa, become significant today, that they become material benefits for the communities that have kept that knowledge for so many generations. You are talking to a medical anthropologist, first in the country, that specializes in childhood diarrhea, rites of passage for young people who go through initiation and young girls, and the rest is a product of that. Each year we're able to take young people and girls, which are more than 1,000 per year, and those young men and girls would need remedies in order to keep them healthy, or shall I say, to keep them their health status being functional to be productive citizens of the country. So that is why we refer to the program as the African Remedies Institute. The African Remedies Institute that would provide the training of young people to harvest the knowledge that comes from our elders and turn that into the material wealth. In other words, how do we bridge the gap between the knowledge, that the knowledge that we have gathered over the years, to professionalize it. And we have observed that since we've been running, for example, the initiation schools, they need remedies to keep the young people, their health status as positive as ever. It means that we have to have a lab whereby we do the assessment and so on, preparing the remedies and so on. For example, we have observed that there is a cancer remedy and a remedy that deals with prostate that that's not easily available, but because it is the stated knowledge from the people that they can treat such illnesses as, shall I say, diseases? Is it the right term, diseases or illnesses? In terms of prostate cancer and so on, so that we begin making that public very positively. It meaning that we are going to train young people, rather the elders, the young people who have prior knowledge, to get certificates. Those certificates that they were able now to practice at a professional level without being referred to that the type of remedies that they use are not professionally approved. It means that we have to have specialists trained in the analysis scientifically how to package the medicines and so on. And,
I'll never cut you off. A round of applause for everybody. Yeah, everybody. Thank you very much. Yeah, I learned at an early age you never cut off the fount of wisdom when it's flowing. Yeah. All right. For sake of time, we'll provide written feedback. Okay, because we're just out of time. But thank you very much. A round of applause and once more. Thanks, guys. All right. Like I mentioned, we'll get the score sheets to the teams with the notes. All right, some feedback for you. Okay, and that concludes our session. Give me a round of applause again. Thank you. Take the microphone.
May we thank Josh and our judges, please, ladies and gentlemen, as they de-stage. I know you want to continue hacking. I know. We're going to continue tomorrow. Thank you so much to our judges. And I think how profound it was in the way in which we closed this afternoon hackathon sprint, because normally we talk about how no one gets left behind, but I think it's also such a refresher that also indigenous knowledge systems shouldn't get left behind as well. They serve as a foundation for this technology. They were the first kind of technology that really inspired the conversations that we're having, the innovations that are going to be coming out of the hackathons, the innovations that are going to be coming out of these conversations, and of course, the partnerships that we truly want to create, and the environment that we continue to create that through the Anka community. Once again, a huge thank you to Josh and his judges for facilitating that teaser of that afternoon hackathon sprint, of course, giving us insight as to what it is that we can expect for tomorrow's greater marathon, and that, of course, will have a lot more time and a lot more hours to be able to roll up our sleeves and get into the work. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last few moments of day one of the Anka Summit, but not before we get our vote of thanks. To facilitate this, I'm going to kindly call upon Mr. Ben Durham. He is the Director of Bioinnovation at the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. As said, I am in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in Pretoria, and we are driving the bioeconomy strategy of South Africa, which then complements our Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment's biodiversity economy. Firstly, I want to say thank you so much to everyone for participating. What a spectacular day. Wasn't that really exciting to hear not only what we heard in the morning, the high-level stuff, how the world needs to come together and how we need to move forward to have a world that is sustainable, but we've also then indulged in some of the detail, looking at some of the practical projects that could, should, and must be implemented across the African continent to make this all last. Folks, thank you very much for your input and consideration. Thanks so much to Dorothy for leading this process. I know it's been there's been a fantastic team around supporting. But boy, doesn't it make you want to come back tomorrow? So thank you very much, and have a very good evening, and I will join you, and so will Dorothy. Great, thank you.
My bosses are telling me there's a cocktail waiting. And I'm in a very, very dangerous place between you and the networking evening reception. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and being with us until the very end. We do close day one at a major ellipsis, and the ellipsis is that we're going to design think, and we've begun to really look at how we can truly unlock PPPs. And then tomorrow, we're going to pick up the baton, and we're going to continue to look at how we can scale that. So we've designed Thank, and now we are going to do the work. So if you've already picked out your outfits, perhaps wear some long sleeved so that you can roll them up and immediately get to work. But thank you so much for joining us. Please, please, please do join us for our networking cocktail reception. It will be served at Sherwood, and Sherwood is in the hotel. Once you go inside, there is a team that will escort you in order to continue the networking, to continue the connection that we've already established for day one. Tomorrow, we are starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, so please do ensure that you come on time so that we can begin to roll in for day 2 of the Anchor Summit. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you at Sherwood.